The third hour of coverage here at Law and Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and thanks for joining us. We are following the Murdaugh family murder trial, where both sides rested their case yesterday afternoon. The jury is currently on a jury view of the Moselle family property, where victims Maggie and Paul were found shot to death on June 7th of 2021. We expect to get to the closing arguments around 11 a.m. Eastern time, which is now, and we're going to be bringing those closing arguments to you as soon as they begin. But joining with me now is the boots on the ground reporting of Gigi McLeavy. She is with us outside the South Carolina courthouse. Gigi, what do you have for us in terms of an update of what's going on outside the court?
Well, we know Alec just got here a few moments ago. Our camera guy said he has not seen the jury return yet. I kind of thought it might be a little later than 11 since it takes 30 minutes each way to go. But there is an air of anticipation here today. Long lines, the crowd, every time a member of the prosecution comes in, they cheer them in. And so, yeah, everybody's ready to see these closings get started. We're not sure if they're going to start as soon as the jury gets back because, you know, they've been on the road since 9 o'clock this morning. We don't know if they're going to break for lunch right after we get in and then do closings after lunch. So we're all just ready to see what the day's going to bring.
Yeah, Gigi, that's really interesting what you just mentioned, that when members of the prosecution team are arriving at the courthouse, that there's applause. These trials, which are very public and that the public is following, like the Alec Murdaugh trial, sort of take on that spectator, almost like sporting like air to them. Now, just describe that for our viewers. How is that happening? They're walking into court and suddenly the people waiting for the trial to start are just clapping. Can you just describe that so we get a sense of what you're seeing?
Yeah, just the prosecution team is kind of staggered in, not coming in, seeing, as individuals coming in more like twos and threes and members of SLED, obviously. So, yeah, they're just getting, as soon as they're spotted, the crowd kind of starts clapping and cheering, and it quits as soon as they go in. But now the public's being let in. So it looks like maybe they've got word the jury is either here or close. So hopefully we get underway soon and see when these openings are going to start.
And do you have any idea of how the jury view went? If the jury is coming back, have you heard any inklings of how the actual viewing went?
I haven't heard anything yet. I did see the update from the reporter who went with the jury on that view. They left about 9:10, warned them to be on the lookout for snakes, by the way. It's low country. It's warm. It's humid out. They like this weather. They were going to spend 30 minutes at the kennel area. At the very end, go up and see the exterior of the house and then on their way back. So we haven't heard how it went, but definitely if they're not back, they're close.
And Gigi, do you have a sense of what the high points or what the points that the public that you see out there are looking for? Of course, they're not the jurors, but I like to call them armchair jurors. And, the sense that you get from the public while you're outside the courtroom, are they expecting that this is going to be a prosecution win, a hung jury, or an acquittal?
Most people in line really are divided. I've talked to several, and they just feel like it's either going to be guilty or a hung jury. I think we all can agree it's probably not going to be a not guilty. But people have varying opinions where somebody said, in my heart, I think you did it, but I'm not sure the state had enough to convict, to where the next person in line says, I was convinced 100% with the evidence, guilty as charged. So it's going to be interesting, though, the 12 people that matter most, what are they going to decide?
And Gigi, we hear that Jim Griffin is going to be delivering the summation, the closing argument for the defense. Was that expected, or do you think that people thought Dick Harpootlian would be the one to deliver that final summation to the jury?
Yeah, I don't think it was much of a surprise. I think he's a little more energetic, but, we know they wanted to split those closings. I apologize. A lot of emergencies in Walterboro, unfortunately. We hear it quite often. So we know they wanted to split the closings between the two of them. The judge and the state did not want that. So, yeah, I think Jim Griffin, either one of them would have been great. They're both, by default, trial watchers hate the defense for the most part, but they're very good at what they do. So I'm interested to see what both sides say to wrap this up, to plead their case and get the verdict they each want.
Okay, Gigi, thank you, as always, for the update outside the courthouse there in Walterboro, South Carolina. And we're going to let you go into that courthouse for the closings, and we're going to check in with you later in the day for your great reporting. For us at the network back here in New York City, I want to show some more testimony from one of the last witnesses who was called yesterday. It's an attorney that used to work with the defendant. His name was Murdaugh. Let's take a look at that clip while we wait for closing arguments to begin.
You said you've known the defendant for how long?
34 years.
Knowing what you know now, was he able to look you in the eye and lie convincingly and effortlessly to you?
Judge.
Objections overruled.
I mean, it's pretty obvious. I didn't know the stealing. I didn't know any of that. And, you know, it's not the way a plaintiff's practice works. You work on your own cases unless you're working with somebody else. And so you wouldn't necessarily be talking about his particular cases. So it's sort of yes and no. I mean, obviously, a lot of things that I was told and a lot of things just weren't there. I mean, the blue lights, the reasoning for the blue lights, the money missing from our account when he cashed the 2 checks, all of those types of things. You know, obviously they weren't truthful.
And did you feel like you knew the defendant well prior to June?
Sure thought I did.
Okay, so that was the testimony from Murdaugh. Let's bring in my 2 great guests. I still have Joseph Scott Morgan with me. I also have joining me now Mark Mangino. He is a criminal defense attorney. Mark, I want to start with you. This was one of the last witnesses that we saw testify in this courthouse. Of course, weeks of testimony before this jury that is going to have to be summed up and presented jury in March, that has sides in closing arguments. What do you think about that testimony that we just saw? Was it something that's going to impact this case in any meaningful way?
Well, I think this is what the prosecution is going to pound on, and that is that Alec Murdaugh is a liar. He's deceitful. He has misled really everybody in his life, his partners. So this is going to be a theme that we're going to hear from the prosecution, that he's in here now asking you to believe him that he didn't kill his wife and his son. Let's look at his track record. Let's look what he's done up to this point. There's an old common law adage, false as in one, false as in all. And I think that's what the prosecution is going to pound away at in their closing argument.
And Matt, let me get your perspective from the defense side. I agree with you. I think that the prosecution is going to be highlighting the credibility or lack thereof of Alec Murdaugh to this jury. But on a defense perspective, Matt, what do you expect to hear once they start arguing to this jury?
Well, it's going to be about doubt. They're going to pound away at doubt. They're going to hammer. I mean, the last witness that the prosecution called on rebuttal said that he couldn't say for sure whether there were 1 or 2 shooters. So they're going to pound away at those types of issues. How did someone shoot 2 people without any defensive wounds with 2 different guns in very close proximity to one another? So they're going to pound away at those issues that this is a circumstantial case, and the prosecution hasn't met its burden beyond a reasonable doubt. There are a lot of issues here that just don't add up when you look at the totality of the evidence that the prosecution presented.
And Joseph, let's talk about some of the actual investigation and the crime scene investigation that occurred in this case. And we've been talking about that. One of the issues that the prosecution may have is the way the crime scene was treated after these murders occurred. Do you think that the defense will be looking to really highlight that to this jury to raise that reasonable doubt?
Yeah, most certainly. As a matter of fact, reflecting back, there was actually a great witness that the defense put up, if I remember correctly. And it was one of the former law partners that talked about how he was out there and he witnessed all of these items lying about relative to the scene, what he saw out there. He saw people coming and going through all of these areas. And this guy is a civil attorney. He's not engaged in criminal defense in any way, at least to my understanding. And he was even able to appreciate this, that there was something wrong. So they put him up there for a reason. I think that this is something that they're going to hammer at, as my buddy Matt had just stated. They're going to hammer away in that particular area, scene security, collection of evidence, perhaps even processing the evidence. I think that's going to be a big part of it moving forward, certainly in closing.
And we're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. But when we come back, I'm going to be talking to you, and I have a lot more questions that I'd love to ask both you gentlemen, because your insight is always so great here. And we are what I like to say or call summation watch here at Law and Crime. We are waiting for closing arguments in the Alec Murdaugh trial to begin. When they do, we're going to go live into that courtroom so you don't miss a minute of it. But we have to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. Stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
Good morning, everybody. I wanted to hear what they had to say there before I came in. Good morning, Badger Life. Good morning, Where the Wind Blows. Gene Salzman 2.0. I'm pumped for this. I hope that the prosecution really does well. I find it interesting that they said that the crowd would cheer the prosecutors, but no mention of the defense, which pretty much reflects what they're saying about no one thinks that he's innocent. They think it's either guilty or a hung jury. So I kind of dread the thought of a hung jury, but it's better than an acquittal. So the problem is that the defense knows the weaknesses of the state's case for a redo, and so we'll see. I hope they get it right, and I'm not sure what to think about how long the jury is going to take to deliberate before they either have a verdict or declare hung jury. Says no one noticed the bailiff, the judge, the secretary. So let's see. I don't know. I hadn't considered a mole, but considered how much power the Murdaughs have. It's a scary thought. I'm hoping that power is at an end, and maybe it'll backfire on them. Kind of like when somebody from law enforcement or the judicial profession ends up in prison, and they are the most hated person in the prison, even probably beyond the child killers and offenders. So I imagine it was the talk of the town. Small town life in rather rural and economically depressed county. And apparently a lot of that is due to the Murdaugh's stranglehold on the judicial system over the past century. They were saying that it's the only county in South Carolina that doesn't have a Walmart because of the and the huge settlements that plaintiffs get in civil lawsuits. that it's just not worth it to Walmart to do business, and other corporations have chosen that path as well, and so it really restricts the economy of the county because of the lack of job opportunities and companies wanting to go there because of the lack of amenities. Sorry. Let's see. For anybody who didn't see my video on the update on James Brenner, I talked to the court clerk, and James Brenner doesn't have any new charges against him. As I thought, they just postponed they continued the case until April 24th, and they've been pushing off the case till after the federal jury trial, and the jury trial is on the 17th. So I'm not sure if that's a trial date or a scheduling hearing or what. I'd be surprised if it was the actual trial at that point, because they will have various things that, like, we need to have discovery by this date, and we need to have these things done by that date, and so I suspect it's a scheduling conference. So not the jury rigging, but the DA had no law license, was canned, and everyone he prosecuted. Oh my goodness. No law license? Wow. That's crazy.
And after that, there were additional shots, including 2 shots to the head that, again, did catastrophic damage and killed her instantly. The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds. Neither one of them had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is also going to show that both Maggie and Paul were shot at extremely close range. The evidence is going to show it's called stippling. It's almost like a tattoo, that when you get shot very close to a weapon, it leaves marks that the forensic pathologist can see. They were shot at close range, and they did not have defensive wounds. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alec Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show, from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there. And he was there just minutes before, with Maggie and Paul, just minutes before their cell phones go silent forever. Despite what he told people, I was never at the kennels, the cell phones are going to show otherwise. We're also going to hear evidence that about a week after the murders, Mr. Alec Murdaugh's father had died, Mr. Randolph, and about a week after the murders, he shows up early in the morning at his parents' home, where his mother still is in late-stage Alzheimer's, on Alameda in Hampton. It's uncharacteristic for him to show up early, uncharacteristic for him to show up at all like that. And he comes in and he's carrying something in a blue tarp, and he takes it upstairs. And eventually law enforcement finds out about that. And they go upstairs and they find a wadded up, very, very large raincoat in blue color. Could look like a tarp. And you're going to hear evidence that it was coated with gunshot residue on the inside. You're going to hear other evidence gunshot residue. You're going to hear that there was gunshot residue on Alec at the scene. You're going to hear the evidence that there was gunshot residue on the seatbelt of the car he was driving. You're going to hear evidence that when law enforcement got to the scene, he had gone and gotten a shotgun, Paul's shotgun, and that Maggie's DNA was on that shotgun. You're going to hear other evidence from DNA, gunshot residue, firearms examiners. There's going to be a lot of forensic evidence in this case. And I'm not going to get into every single bit of it right now, but I will say that a key piece of forensic evidence that you're going to hear in this case is the cell phone evidence. Alec's cell phone, Maggie's cell phone, Paul's cell phone. You know, this is all amazing how it really allows us to do a lot of things and to get a lot done. But this cell phone keeps track of who we're talking to, calling, who we're texting, whenever we access apps. And every time you do that, there's a record kept in this phone unless it's deleted somehow. And if you're using certain apps, you can even get GPS information where you were when you did that that's stored on these phones. You're going to hear evidence about that. You're going to hear evidence that when you make a call and it pings off of cell towers, the location information can be gathered from that as well. And so it allows an investigation to take this and piece together what someone was doing on a particular day. And not only what they were doing, but who they were interacting with and how they were interacting with them. On that 911 call and on the body-worn cameras. Pay attention to what he says. Look at how he's acting. But he says within a few minutes of each one of those, he says, this is about the boat case. This is about the boat case. And you're going to hear some of what was going on in Alex Murdaugh's life leading up to that day. Stuff that happened that very day, stuff that was leading up. A perfect storm that was gathering, much like the storms that are coming outside today. Listen for that evidence. Listen to that gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple.
Okay, there you have Cretan Waters giving his opening statement to the jury. Many weeks ago now, we've had a lot of evidence come before that jury in the interim, and we are waiting now for closing arguments to start. We'll go live into court as soon as that starts in terms of closing arguments. But let's break down what we just saw with my two great guests joining me today. I have Joseph Scott Morgan and also Matthew Mangino. Matt, I want to start with you. In an opening statement, as an attorney, you don't necessarily want to promise something you can't deliver. Do you think that the prosecution delivered what they told that jury in terms of the evidence that they would see or hear during the course of this trial?
Well, I think that they put on the evidence that they had. Again, this is all circumstantial in terms of the evidence in this case. I think the evidence with regard to the cell phones is strong evidence. But if I was defending this case, if I was about to make my closing argument, I'd go right back to exactly what was said by the prosecution in the opening, and that is that these homicides occurred in very close proximity to one another, and in fact there was stippling that was present, and in fact that there were no defensive wounds, which again brings me back to this issue of doubt. I mean, how does a single person shoot two people in close proximity with two different guns, a rifle and a shotgun, and there not be any defensive wounds? That's really, I think, an issue that the defense has to pound away at in their closing argument.
Yeah, and Joseph, we've talked about some of the forensic evidence that both sides have presented during the course of this trial. And you saw the prosecution talking about some of that in the opening statements. What do you think are going to be the key points from a forensic standpoint that both sides could sort of hit home or look to as they close up to this jury?
A prosecution is definitely going to be digital forensic. Just as, Waters had pointed out in his opening statement, I go back to that. I think that that's going to be their biggest point that they can kind of drive home. As to the defense, they're banking on reasonable doubt here. I think one of the strongest things they have going for them, even though it's not incredibly strong, I think the biggest thing they have to return to 2 points, probably lack of scene security and the two-shooter theory, because it's one of these things that people can't get past when they saw those two firearms in court. Did he actually wield both of those firearms, long arms that have to be shoulder fired, and was he able to employ them in that quick blink of an eye? Of course, that leaves the big question, doesn't it? Who was the second shooter? So that's going to be lingering in the jury's mind. That's going to be the area, I think, that where reasonable doubt will be planted.
Yeah, and we are all waiting here very anxiously for those closing arguments to start. And when they do, of course, we will bring you, our viewers, live into that courtroom to hear them. We're going to take a quick break, though, here at Law and Crime while we wait for those closing arguments. And after we come back from the break, if we're not live in court, we're going to be recapping some of the defense opening statements that were delivered to this jury. So stay tuned here at Law and Crime.
I have to say that guy who is back in the studio is rather handsome. You could say devilishly so. I was dreaming I was at a thrift store and I ran into a father and daughter who were shopping for a last minute wedding, which I think was supposed to be that day. And so I started offering them help and so forth. And next thing you know, I'm planning the entire wedding and we're trying to find a wedding venue and so forth. And, it's kind of like, we're doing this all the day of the wedding. This is rather strange. And so I come up with a venue, but in my head, I know that the venue's been closed for renovations, but it's just really bizarre how it was coming down. And I think it's because I'm getting excited because my niece has been dating a young man for a few months now, and so I'm excited about the prospect of getting to help plan her wedding. So um, yeah, I'm excited about that. She did her bachelor's degree in animation. She was studying at BYU and then the University of Utah, and she's kind of wanting some kind of homage to animation at her wedding reception. I'm going, oh, I don't know about that. I think you want something that is a little more on the classic side, but we'll see what she thinks if they do indeed get engaged. Let's see. Justice is coming soon, says the guy in black. There was talk about the jury view and about if there were protesters out along the route to Moselle with signs saying he's guilty, how that could risk a mistrial. And so we'll have to see if Harpootlian comes in saying that first thing out. It looks like this guy is where. Oh, he's in ministerial robes. Okay. I was thinking graduation robes, but I see the cross now. Yeah, I think Alex needs a little religion about now. Oh, I was having a thought yesterday when I was seeing clips of testimony from the brother. Let's see. The brother John, is it John Morgan? I thought he looked rather like Warren Jeffs from the FLDS polygamy set. Facial structure. I guess hair color wise, he doesn't look at all like him, but there's somebody who is locked up for life. Did you watch the Oh, I haven't had a chance to watch it entirely yet. I am looking forward to that. Probably I'll do that during jury watch. I'm not sure. It could take days. It could be really quick. So I'm debating about whether to do a jury watch stream like over on the little baby channel, A Stitch in Crime, craft and crimes, and sit there with my needlework and maybe we have call-ins or something like that. I don't know. It's just hard to say because in my opinion, if they come back quick, that's good because that'll be a guilty verdict. If the longer it goes, the more likely it is to be the hung jury. So, yeah, I think I fell asleep pretty early last night. I was modding over on the lab, and I did a little bit of I did a Walmart run to pick up a couple of things, and last night just went very fast. It's funny how that happens. Oh gosh, I really there's no way that the jury doesn't know that he's a liar. The question is he a killer? And as easily as he lies about everything, how can you take anything he says in denial seriously? I mean, he is there minutes before the crime. He didn't say, "Oh, I saw a red Ford F-250 headed the other direction when I was going to Moselle, and it was being driven by two guys with ski masks on." So, to me, when he shot Paul, he had the second gun set up against the wall, and so he did two quick shots on Paul, and Maggie came running thinking their gunshots must be some accident or something, or maybe some hog or something was there and that he was firing at that, and she comes around and bam, she gets it too. I think that she thought that it was an accidental firing or an animal that he was firing at. Yes, in a red jacket. Yes. I'm surprised. Let's make the guys look kind of Middle Eastern or something or cast the Of course, why would Middle Eastern people be more upset about the boat crash than anybody else? That doesn't make any sense. But tall stories don't always make a lot of sense. If he had said that at any point, yeah, I passed 2 or 3 cars on the way, so that there's various ones, that would have indicated, and why would he lie about being there at the shed if he genuinely was innocent and thought that somebody else had done this, and that this had happened a lot more recently than when he left. I mean, it just stinks to high heaven. So anyway, yes, I do like the preacher with the sign. From what they were talking about yesterday on the shows, talking about the jury view, you expected more of them. The jury was trying, or not the jury, the defense was trying to portray it as it was going to be a circus out there, and I haven't heard them talk about what it was like. You would think that they would have had a few cameras that would have been there along the gates to see the van arrive, or the bus arrive with the judge and the jury, and possibly the prosecutors and defense attorneys. If I were counsel for either side, I would want to be present to witness what happened, even though you can't say anything. I would want to observe what was going down to make sure everything is, proper for my side. So he never looked for their killers. Yes, as an attorney, you would be hiring the best investigator. Yeah, exactly. You look at O.J. Simpson, who said that he had never stopped looking for the real killers. Yeah. How's it going, O.J.? Have you had any leads lately? It's only been what? Well, gosh, is it going on 39 years? Wow, that's 29 years. That's a real shocking thought. This summer it will be 29 years for Nicole and Ron. So, and I thought for sure that was going to be a conviction, because I was too naive in the shenanigans that were going down. The evidence was just so overwhelming that he did it, but the manipulations done to dismiss favorable jurors tipped the balance. So, let's see. Everybody's going past. Oh, I just love this small town. It really is a quintessential small town. Oh, here, this will be Alex. Alex is arriving. Oh, so here we have the guy with the sign to greet Alex, and he didn't even look at the preacher. Okay. Well, it sounds like I've got something with the audio on low. Let me check. Okay, I found the guilty tab. At first I thought that the preacher was somebody in like robes for the Grim Reaper.
Perhaps. I think that his comments relative to cell phone data and placement are going to come back to bite them. Again, I hold that that's prosecution's strongest bit of evidence, and that you have to couple that with what prosecution did with financial crime. Remember, they were setting the table for this. Imran, the idea that he was being deceptive all the way along. And, a lot of people made much of this, and it did get a bit tedious. I think they went quite long in that line. However, they're trying to establish that he is dishonest. And then you go back to the narrative that he has put forward relative to placement. His time there, we have his voice. And that's going to be a very hard hill for them to climb to get past. The other stuff that we've discussed relative to scene security, collection of evidence, and that sort of thing, that's going to be an additive, I think, if they kind of hone in on that. And he didn't really address that in opening. That's something that's kind of bubbled up over this period of time. I'm wondering if that's having an effect. You made that comment about had they proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. I think going in, many people felt like that they were going to be able to. I think some questions have arisen though, and that could play in.
Yeah. And I have Matt back with us. So Matt, I definitely want to get your perspective on the defense opening statement that we saw there and how things have played out at trial and what we expect to hear from the defense in their closings. Now, Alec Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense. Of course, that is a defendant's right to do so. And we as attorneys may counsel that defendant not to testify all we want, but if they insist on it, that is their constitutional right to do so. Matt, I want to get your take. Do you think that Alec Murdaugh, by taking the stand, now that we are here on the sort of precipice of closing arguments in court, do you think that his testimony will ultimately hurt him or help him as we wait for the conclusion with closing arguments?
My opinion is that it didn't help him. It hurt him. I think once that it was revealed that his voice was on that video, he had to take the witness stand to admit that he was there. And so that decision, I think, had to be made to do that. I don't think he helped himself by his testimony. I think the prosecution's strategy was very effective, and that was basically let him talk, give him enough rope to hang himself. And I think the more he rambled on, the more the prosecution liked it. And in fact, there were points where they would say, well, is there anything else that you want to say, Mr. Murdaugh? So his testimony, it had to be presented because of that issue of him being present on the video. But in the long run, I don't think it did him any favors in this case.
Yeah. All right, gentlemen, great analysis. We're going to take a quick break here at Law and Crime. We are on summation watch, as I like to say. We are waiting for closing arguments to begin in the courtroom down in South Carolina. I keep checking the feed there. I don't see anything yet, but as soon as things happen and there's some action in that courtroom, we're going to take you live into court here, covering the trial of Alec Murdaugh. Stay tuned at Law and Crime.
Let's see, I found a little video here which was rather short, which I thought was interesting. Oh, it's 10 minutes long. It's about who has bought Moselle. Let's see. interested in what these defense attorneys are saying on the commercial. Yeah, they're calling this the Murdaugh trial the trial of the century for South Carolina. Ow, kitty! Somebody jumped over me and got me with claws as they passed. Let's see. I'm trying to think. What is the crime or the trial of the century where you guys are at? I'm trying to think what it would be here in Utah. Probably. I don't know if it would be the trial of Brian David Mitchell, who kidnapped Elizabeth Smart. If it would have been Ervil LeBaron, who is a polygamous leader who killed, well, he had others kill for him, his brother, some other family members, a rival polygamist leader, and others. Or if it would have been the hi-fi killers, or maybe I'm missing one. We haven't had a huge one that's probably had national attention, like so here is Clown Idiot's trial. Yes, Where the Wind Blows is referring to Darrell Brooks, and I would have to agree on that one. That was one for the ages. That one is going to go down in legal textbooks as why it's a bad idea for a client to represent themselves, and probably also the growing section on sovereign citizens. So, yes, the Waukesha trial. Oh, dumbest trials. I'm trying to think.
Welcome back to Law and Crime. I'm Imran Ansari, and we are following the Murdaugh family murder trial this morning. Both sides rested yesterday afternoon, and we're waiting to jump live back into that Walterboro, South Carolina courtroom to hear closing arguments. While we wait for those closing arguments, we're going to take a look back at some of the most important moments from the trial. And that leads me to the testimony of the defendant's surviving son, Buster Murdaugh. Let's take a look.
Were you sued?
Yes, sir.
Was your dad sued?
He was.
Was your mother sued?
Her estate became sued.
But before she was murdered, had she been sued?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Okay.
Maybe.
And do you know if Paul had been sued?
No, I don't know that he had been sued.
Okay. Well, was your mother anxious about the civil lawsuit?
Yes, sir.
What was her biggest concern?
I would say her biggest concern was reading articles after, Mark Tinsley had made a statement about how much money he was wanting to collect in the civil lawsuits. And I think it was to the tune of like $40 million or something like that. He was trying to get, and that made her anxious.
And what was your reaction to statements like that?
Well, I mean, I knew what he was saying, but I mean, it's not, to me, it just didn't seem, I didn't think, well, I don't have $40 million, so.
Right. And was your dad anxious about the lawsuit, to your knowledge?
Didn't appear to be overly anxious about it.
What took priority, the criminal case against Paul or the civil case?
The criminal case.
Right. And did the family support Paul in the criminal matter?
Yes, sir.
And what do you mean by that?
I mean, that supported him in his criminal case because, amongst the family, none of us thought that he was driving the boat. We thought he'd been.
At the time of the accident.
That's correct.
And then on June the 7th, we went through a host of number of telephone calls with you and your dad and mom leading up to 9:08, 9:10 on June 7th. Buster, when did you first find out that your mom and brother were murdered?
My dad called me. I can't remember that time, but it was later. And he called me on the phone. He asked me if I was sitting down, and I was like, yeah. And then he, sounded odd, and then he told me that my mom and brother had been shot.
What'd you do?
Well, Brooklyn, my girlfriend, was with me, and I think she heard she could hear my conversation kind of over the phone. And so she just started packing stuff, and I kind of just sat there for a minute, and I was in shock. But eventually we got our stuff together and drove down to Moselle.
Do you remember what time you got to Moselle?
It was early in the morning, late in the morning. If we left around 10:30, 11, got there sometime probably around 2:00 in the morning.
Okay, so Buster Murdaugh testifying on the defense case in favor of his father. Let's bring in Joseph Scott Morgan and Matt Mangino to break this down. While we wait for closing arguments, we're all anticipating and anxious for those closing arguments to start. But let's talk about this testimony first. So Matt, I want to start with you. We saw the name of Buster Murdaugh on the defense witness list when the trial was starting. And of course, you could put someone on a witness list. You don't necessarily have to call that witness. But this was one of the first witnesses, if not the first, that the defense called on their case. What did you think of his testimony? And how do you think the jury now, inching towards those closing arguments, are going to ultimately take his testimony when they deliberate?
Well, Imran, there was no real substance to Buster's testimony. The only reason I think he was called as a witness to show that, in fact, he supports his father and that he still has a close and loving relationship with his father, and that he would testify on behalf of him. I think that goes along with the defense trying to show that, hey, he was a loving father and a loving husband, and there was nothing that indicated anything different prior to these murders. And this motive that he murdered his wife and his son to get sympathy because of the other criminal activity he was involved in is just a kind of a bridge too far. I think that's what they're going to argue. You're going to kill your wife and your son so that you get sympathy in regard to other criminal activity that you were involved in. It's not going to make that criminal activity go away. It's not going to make those investigations necessarily go away. In fact, it started some of these investigations. So I think they're going to pound away with the motive that the prosecution has presented to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, just doesn't add up.
Yeah, and Joseph, the sort of psychology behind it. Now, this Buster Murdaugh's testifying for his father, but he also lost his mother and his brother. So do you think the jury's going to look at that and think, all right, well, he testified for Alec Murdaugh, he's supporting him. How do you think they're going to digest that at the end of the day?
Hard to tell. When you compare his testimony to even former law associates who were very emotional in the course of their examinations, and I guess Alec too, he's kind of flat. I don't know that he was a very impressive witness. And, to Matt's point, I don't really understand what his purpose was other than these kind of familial ties, to demonstrate that Murdaugh had a family.
Yeah.
So that's about all you can make of it.
Joseph Scott Morgan, Matt Mangino, thanks for joining me today. We have not thrown into court during my show. Linda Kenny Bowden is coming up next. Her job, probably. Let's take a break here to the next show. Thank you for joining me here at Law and Crime.
Galadriel is feeling frisky again. She wants to play. She wants to play. She wants to chew on my arm.
Shearstone from Opal Luxury Surfaces prevents any etching and staining and will repair any current etching that has happened. Show off your marble countertops without worrying. Click the link below to get a Shearstone custom quote from Opal Luxury Surfaces today.
Oh, no. Don't snag my... She wants... Okay, we need to get armed for aggressive play from the kitty. Now she's gone away. Now that I've got the double thick throw covering my arm. Oh, maybe she's coming back for another round. So, okay, here we go. Kitty wrestling match. Let's go to this video on the buyer of Moselle. Says just months after it was listed for $3.9 million, a mysterious buyer emerged to place the property under contract. Post Guru reporter. Well, this is kind of... Oh, it's muted. That's why.
Welcome to Understand Murdaugh, a podcast from the Post and Courier, South Carolina's largest newspaper. Our award-winning reporters have spent more than a year digging into the Murdaugh saga to bring you the latest news and in-depth analysis as we cover the story of drugs, deceit, and death in South Carolina's rural low country. Today, we're talking to Kelly about what the Murdaugh Moselle estate is like and why someone would be willing to fork over millions of dollars for a property known as a crime scene. Kelly, you've been out to the property for a recent story. What's it like?
Well, first of all, it's really isolated. It kind of straddles these two rural South Carolina counties, Colleton and Hampton. And there are some small towns around there, but the big cities, Charleston and Savannah, they're both about 70 miles away. So to get to Moselle, you have to wend your way back through a lot of farmland and timber plantations. And you get on a 2-lane road. It's the kind with so little traffic that there's actually no line down the middle. And all of a sudden, there's this brick gate in the middle of the woods.
Those gates show up a lot in the TV and newspaper stories about Moselle.
I know, right? So in a tight shot, they look kind of grand, like it's this entrance to this really fancy estate. But I got to tell you, when you're there in person, the gates do not look grand at all. So the pine trees look grand. The sky looks grand. But in the middle of all that nature, the gates just look really small and kind of out of place.
And what about the house? This is where the Murdaughs lived, right?
It was one of their houses, yes. So we're told the Murdaughs, or at least Alex, used it as their primary residence. There is a lodge on the property. It's about 5,000 square feet, has 4 bedrooms. The listing says it could sleep 15. But here's the thing. You can't actually see the house from the road. You can just see those brick gates and a metal fence and a keep out sign. Then about 100 yards away, there's a dirt road. And beyond that, you can see what just looks like the roof of a shed and the roof of the dog kennels. And that part is honestly the most compelling because there's something to see. And also because Maggie and Paul were gunned down there, and that's where they died. I mean, that is why this place is interesting, right? Because it's the site of a violent crime.
Is there anything there to indicate what happened?
No, not really. Like there's no police tape or anything like that. There is another keep out sign stuck on the ground in front of the dirt road, but the grass has grown high enough to nearly cover it. The only sign that this place is notorious at all is all the trash in the ditch opposite the gate. I saw a Pepsi can, a tall boy, crushed Wendy's cup, like the pop lens from somebody's sunglasses, a broken reflector. You can tell that a bunch of other people came and stood on the road, right where I was standing, taking pictures or straining to see.
So that makes me think of other places that became kind of famous, or more accurately, infamous, because something bad happened there. You think of something like where O.J. Simpson's wife died, something to that effect.
In fact, real estate agents even have a word for those kinds of places. They're called stigmatized properties, and they tend to be really hard to sell. You had mentioned OJ's wife. Nicole Brown Simpson's condo has been on and off the market a couple of times. It's been renovated, it's had a change of address, but nobody seems to stay there for too long. And there's another house that I think of, the house in Colorado where John Benet Ramsey, the little girl in the beauty pageants, so that's where she died. And that house went far below the market rate. There's a family who lives there now, and they're really trying to change the story of that house. They're really trying to make it a place of love. So if that sounds like a little nebulous or a little woo-woo, I have to tell you, a lawyer at the National Association of Realtors assured me that the history of a property really can impact the selling price. Here's Deanne Romarowitz.
The difficulty comes when you have a buyer who does not want to live in a house that has ever been haunted or alleged to be haunted, does not want to live in a house where, a violent crime has occurred.
She makes the point that, like many other purchases, a lot of times people decide to buy a house based on an emotion. And many people don't like to feel their house has been associated with something violent or creepy. It's enough of a factor that a few states require sellers to disclose psychological stigma associated with a property, although what qualifies is debatable. Murders, sex offenses, running a meth lab out of the house, they're all candidates. Now, here in South Carolina, the state doesn't require disclosure. I mean, their reasoning is that a negative association is not a material defect, but agents can't lie about a stigma either, even if admitting to it reduces the price.
What is going to happen with Moselle? What's happening now? Is it going for less because it's a stigmatized property?
The broker says no. His name is Todd Crosby, and he's the owner of a firm that specializes in high-end recreational properties. And we talked about the Murdaugh estate over the phone, and Crosby said stigma didn't factor into the price at all. Although I will point out that he rebranded the property by the name of a different road it touches, Cross Swamp Farm. But Crosby said at the end of the day, he just focuses on the property's highest and best use potential.
So what could that be?
Unclear. It is a pretty big piece of land. It's more than 1,700 acres. But Crosby said it's not actually great for either hunting or for harvesting timber. About 80% of it is in a floodplain, and it gets inundated with water. He had this kind of funny line. He said, "There's nothing special about that property. It's an average piece of dirt for what we sell."
Do you think it will matter that 2 people were murdered there and pictures of it have been all over the news?
That's a fair question, but I would say not after a while. That lawyer at the National Association of Realtors, she told me that most stigmatized properties have an expiration date. So as soon as the public forgets about the drama, the property loses the negative associations around it. But I got to tell you, right now, Moselle, it still feels a little eerie. When I was there were these 2 gas lamps on the front gate, and one light is out and the other is barely flickering. It's very spooky. There's these buzzing insects around. It sounds like an alarm. And as I was walking along, I saw this orange butterfly flapping toward the dog kennels, and I wanted to shout, no, don't go in there. So I know that can sound a little crazy, but I did talk to an expert on paranormal beliefs. His name is Barry Markovsky, and he's a professor emeritus at the University of South Carolina. And he said those kinds of perceptions are actually perfectly normal. Academics also have a name for this. They call it stimulus association.
So it's kind of guilt by association, I would say. And then it's, it's, on its face, it's a kind of silly thing. It's like, does the jacket of the serial killer have some kind of cooties that make it undesirable for other people to own? Well, of course, there's nothing physically there, but that effect absolutely is real. The effect it has on people is real.
Paranormal cooties?
Yes, exactly. Paranormal cooties. Here's Markovsky again.
It's deep within our sort of primitive brains to avoid, that potential danger. So it doesn't have anything to do with intelligence or anything like that. It's very innate. It's very primitive.
So I found that affirming, that feeling creeped out in a place where you know something awful happened, that is a natural human response. There's even this website called diedinhouse.com where you can type in an address and a team of researchers will try to find out everything they can about what happened in the house. A lot of people really care about the possibility of ghosts or negative energy somehow. I talked to the founder of the business, Roy Condry, and he said he probably wouldn't be comfortable living in the Murdaugh's house.
I don't want to live in a house where it was a tragic murder, a suicide or murder or something like that.
So, given all of that, what is the appeal of this estate? It doesn't sound like it's particularly good for hunting. You can't make a lot of money off the land. The house is nice, but it's not really a mansion or historic or anything like that. And potentially it's got some bad juju.
Well, I will go back to what the neighbor at the beginning said. It's quiet. It's private. It's out of the way. The speculation is that someone local bought it because it's rural. There are only between, 50 and 70 people who live in that area. I have to say, if I didn't know anything else about that place, I probably wouldn't even notice it. It's not like it's landscaped, and just down the road, there's this kind of falling down house. It is completely unnoteworthy. But if you stop and get out and you spend some time walking around, you listen to the birds, you look at the wildflowers, you smell the pine trees, it is really pleasant.
Mr. Waters, so
They seem to have unmuted for a second, then muted again. I think they're waiting for the jury to come in, perhaps. And you can see the prosecutors are milling around the table, and Harpootlian's going over to Alex. So I think that the jury isn't in the room yet, which is why it's been silent. The judge looks like he's in a good mood. Yeah, I wonder what they slipped him. I still have to wonder if they can slip their client some CBD laced gum or something. So I remember the jury instructions in the Waukesha trial took forever, and that's when you had Daryl Brooks build his box fort. I didn't catch it, but he built the fort twice. So I wonder if Alex is wishing he had some boxes. I'm not sure if they get a private room or if they go sit in the holding cell. I saw a piece where they were talking about the holding cell. They said it's 9 by 9. They only have one. They said it was going to be a problem if.
Jury. All right, you may bring the jury.
They said it would be a problem if Cousin Eddie testified because he's in protective custody and they only had the one holding cell, and so you couldn't have somebody in protective custody against in the same cell as somebody they're testifying against. So, all right. There really shouldn't be that much. Hopefully the jury instruction debate won't take more than an hour. The defense is already requested a jury instruction, and I think the judge ruled that out because the defense opened the door.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll mute now.
Let's wait till everyone gets settled. All right, welcome again, once again. Day number 27. And you have heard all of the testimony, received all of the evidence. You've visited the scene of the alleged crimes, and now it's time for closing arguments. First, by the state, Mr. Waters.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning. It's been a long trial, hasn't it? On June 7th, 2021, at the Moselle property in Colleton County, Maggie Murdaugh and Paul Murdaugh were brutally and maliciously murdered at the kennels by Alec Murdaugh. Paul, as you know, suffered 2 shotgun blasts. Maggie suffered 5 blackout rifle wounds. And after an exhaustive investigation, there is only one person who had the motive, who had the means, who had the opportunity to commit these crimes, and also whose guilty conduct after these crimes betrays him. The defendant was the one person who was living a lie. The defendant is the person on which a storm was descending, and the defendant is a person where his own storm would actually mean consequences for Maggie and Paul. And and consequences for those who trusted him. And that person is the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh. I know this has been a long trial because it's a complicated case. And I'm not going to talk forever, I promise. But I am going to try to distill this down for you. And the first thing I want to do is set the stage. And to set the stage, we have to understand a little bit about Alec Murdaugh and who he was and who he is. He was a person of singular prominence and respect in this community. But he's also a person who's been able to avoid accountability for all of his life. While he was outwardly giving the illusion of wealth and a very lucrative law practice, some bad land deals and that sort of thing, exacerbated by the economic recession, led to some financial problems. And then he had some big cases in the early 2011, 2012. And all his partners, and you've heard testimony to this, thought that that had taken care of things. You've heard cases like the Thomas case and the Pinckney case and the Plyler case and the Badger case. But the evidence that you've heard shows that the defendant became so addicted and so dependent on a velocity of money that the millions of dollars in legal fees that he was receiving was not enough. And so he started to steal. And how did he steal? He stole by billing personal expenses to the firm. He stole by stealing from his own family. You heard the testimony about the check he stole from his brother Randy. But then the main ways were two schemes that he developed. And the first one was to get checks made out from the client trust account to Palmetto State Bank, to fast talk the staff and fast talk the clients with those disbursements, and then take it to Palmetto State Bank, where his buddy Russell Lafitte would convert those and use those to pay personal expenses. And each time, until the end, it worked because the client was also getting a big check. And they were walking out of there thinking that everything had been fine when it was not. But then in 2015, he opened up the fake Forge account. And then all he had to do was get disbursements paid out to the Forge account. And once he did that, he would convert those to his personal use. And to do that, though, he also had to fast talk staff and fast talk clients. And that scheme continued up until everything fell apart in the end. The other thing you have to understand is during this time when he's earning millions of dollars and stealing millions of dollars, he's also borrowing millions of dollars from wherever he can. The bank, his law partners, his father, and it still wasn't enough. And this slow burn was continuing and continuing until the boat crash happened in February of 2019. And that changed everything. That set in motion things that were going to happen because of the criminal charges related to that case, as well as the civil charges related to that case. And in the aftermath of the boat case, things changed. The pace of his stealing increased. In fact, that's when he stole the money from Tony Satterfield that you heard from. Ultimately stole about $4.5 million between the Satterfields and others. And unlike other cases, Tony Satterfield, who was the son of his longtime housekeeper, he took all the money, took every bit of it. And that was coming to a head as we move into the spring of 2021, because there had been some publicity, and you heard from Tony Satterfield that he was, the defendant reached out in the spring of 2021 because there had been publicity and saying, hey, I'm still working on the case. Everything's fine. I'm still working on the case. It's good. But the reality is the defendant didn't have that money to pay it back. And he had one saving grace, because as you've heard, they don't get paid until the end of the year. And his saving grace was the Ferris case, which they tried in December. They get the verdict and get paid in March. And that's when he convinces Chris Wilson to send those $792,000 of fees to him. But the problem is that only lasted for about 2 months. $792,000 only lasted for about 2 months. and then he's running out of money again. Meanwhile, you've heard in the boat case that Mark Tinsley was seeking to get a large personal recovery from Alec Murdaugh of $10 million because he thought, as many people did, that he was wealthy and had a lot of money. And when they said he didn't, he filed a motion to compel. And you've heard testimony about whether or not that had been granted, but it doesn't change the fact that that's what Mark Tinsley was seeking to do. And that boat case hearing had been scheduled for June 10th. In May of 2021, as we move into June, that's when Alec's own paralegal got the expense check for the Ferris case, but not the fee check, and tried to raise that to Alec and couldn't get a straight answer, tried to raise it to Chris Wilson and couldn't get a straight answer, to his office. And so goes to Jeannie Seconder, and Jeannie Seconder goes to the partners, and they can't get an answer about that either. And they want an answer to that because they're worried, because Alec has been talking about structuring fees, and they're worried he may be trying to hide assets because of the boat case, and they don't want to be a part of that. All of these things are coming to a head, and his finances are falling apart. And you heard from the banker there. You heard where his finances were at on June 7th, 2021. And you saw what happened in the wake of that. Within a short period of time, he was negative $347,000. On June 7th, 2021, he was in the office. He was working on the boat case, working on those financial disclosures, when Jeannie Seconder came in and confronted him about those fees that he no longer had and couldn't pay back. And on June 7th, 2021, and he tells this to Jeannie Seconder, his father, Randolph, is having a very difficult time. And while they might have said it was some positive news, the reality is that he was very, very sick. And he had always been someone that the defendant could go to, that he could borrow money from. And so that pressure is happening as well. And on June 7th, 2021, as all these pressures were mounting, the defendant killed Maggie and Paul. And how do we know that? We're going to talk in detail about that. But the timeline puts him there. The forensic timeline puts him there. The use of his family weapons corroborates that. And his lies and guilty actions afterwards confirms it. And we'll go over each of those in great detail. Before we get to that, though, I want to finish out, because in the wake of this, everything changes. All those things that were coming to a head immediately go away. It's a different world now. They're not asking about the Ferris fees anymore. And you heard testimony to that. Mark Tinsley doesn't believe the case is going to have the same value anymore because the sympathies of the case have changed after this tragedy. And you heard that. And who would better understand that than Alec Murdaugh, who does the same work? The boat case hearing goes away, and everyone immediately rallies around Alec Murdaugh. And it worked, because it allowed him to borrow $250,000 from Johnny Parker, his law partner, who of course wouldn't have loaned him that money if he knew what Alec was up to, and allowed him to go to Palmetto State Bank and get $350,000 in an off-the-books loan that hadn't even been applied for, and to send that money to Chris Wilson and convince Chris Wilson to pay another $192,000 of his own money, and to send an email to the firm that everything was okay. And that made it another month or so until Annette Griswold found that Ferris check in his office, and Jeannie Seconder looked up the forged accounts. And what happened in the wake of that? What was the reaction of Alec Murdaugh? Within a day of September 3rd of him being forced to resign. His buddy Chris Wilson is trying to see him, comes and sees him on September 4th and confronts him about what he's been doing. And then within 2 hours, the side of the road happens. And Alec is a victim again. When accountability was at his door, he was a victim again. And he told a extremely detailed lie and went so far as to draw a composite sketch with the police of this assailant. And the accountability that had arrived at his doorstep again, he tried again, tried to get it to go away, and it worked for a little while. People thought, oh my gosh, what's happened here? Should we be suspicious of Alec anymore? But this time it fell apart a little quicker because his own brother figured out that he was trying to buy drugs. And the case fell apart very quickly. This is the setup for what we look at and what's going on. And it seems like a story that's far removed from most people's experience because it is. It is a different story like has never been seen before. But the reason is that he is a different man than the kind of stories that we've seen before. This is a different set of circumstances than we've seen before. And it's certainly easy to understand when you have a middle-aged man who's outwardly successful, who has a strong family legacy, who has a prominence in the community and a reputation, but is living a lie. Is living a lie. And that leads to and can lead to those pressures being overwhelming and actions like this happening. Husbands have been killing wives, unfortunately, for years, and husbands killing sons goes back as far as King Herod, probably further. And those pressures mount, and someone becomes a family annihilator. Now the computer input, please. All right. We got to do a little law school. I'm certainly not a professor, but we need to go through a few of the concepts here. And one of the most important concepts is the fundamental role, one of the fundamental roles while y'all are here. As the judge has told you, he's the judge of the law, but y'all are the judge of the facts. And what does judge of the facts mean? Well, a big part of that is that you determine credibility. You determine which witnesses you want to rely on or not rely on. You can rely on a part of a witness's testimony, all the witnesses' testimony, one against many, many against one. It's up to each one of you individually to make that determinations and decisions, and then to collectively discuss those into a group decision. But credibility is important. Is it believable? Is what somebody's telling you believable? And there's many things you can consider in credibility, but a few of those are the demeanor of the witness on the witness stand, whether the witness has a reason to be biased, whether the testimony of the witness was contradicted on one hand or supported or corroborated on another, whether the witness has been dishonest in the past. And again, you can believe witnesses all against one against others, and you can believe portions of a witness's testimony as you see fit. Same thing goes for experts. Expert is a legal determination that allows them to give an opinion. Just because someone's qualified as an expert doesn't mean that you have to accept their opinion. You can judge that based on your assessment of the credibility and the relevance and the believability of that testimony. There's nothing different about that when someone's an expert. Beyond a reasonable doubt, I talked about this at the beginning of the case, and it's our burden. It's a burden we welcome. It's how this system works, that we have to prove the guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. And what is a reasonable doubt? A reasonable doubt is a doubt that makes a reasonable, honest, sincere juror hesitate to act. It's proof that a reasonable person would not hesitate to rely on in their affairs. But a reasonable doubt is not and leaves you firmly convinced of the guilt of the defendant, but it doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. It doesn't have to overcome every possible doubt. I used to try a case against a defense attorney, and he would pull up a picture of something. Right here, I have the Mona Lisa. And he would tear off a piece like that and say, ladies and gentlemen, that's reasonable doubt. And my response to that is, you still know what this is, right? You still know what it is. And that's reasonable doubt, okay? If you still know what it is and you're firmly convinced, then it's your duty under the oath that you've taken as the law, as the judge will give you the law to convict the defendant. Direct and circumstantial. Directly proves the existence of the fact, and circumstantial evidence is proof of a chain of facts and circumstances indicating the existence of that fact. And we talked a little bit about that at the beginning. Sometimes people in common discussions will say, oh, the case is just circumstantial. But the law says that doesn't matter. The circumstantial evidence can be just as good as direct evidence. It is just as good. It makes no distinction between that, and the judge will charge you on that. There's no greater degree of certainty required of circumstantial evidence than of direct evidence. The circumstances must be consistent with each other and when taken together point conclusively to the guilt of the defendant. And I gave you all an illustration at the beginning. I'm not going to redo the whole thing, but about being inside. And you go outside and it starts raining, then you know it's raining, okay, because you got direct evidence, you're getting wet. But if you go inside and you're in a closed room and all of a sudden it gets dark and you hear thunder and you hear the wind rustling and you hear the rain coming down on top of the roof, and then after an hour or so you go outside and the sun's shining, but there's limbs all down in the yard, and it's wet as far as the eye can see, and there are puddles in the yard and puddles in the driveway. Is there any reasonable doubt what happened, that it rained? Now, again, I'll say it again. Supposedly, I guess somebody could have sprayed the whole neighborhood with a hose and blown a fan to blow the wind down, or blow the limbs down, simulate winds, but that's not a reasonable doubt, ladies and gentlemen. Circumstantial evidence can be just as strong as direct evidence. It is just as strong. The law makes no distinction just because it's circumstantial. All right, let's talk about murder. Murder is the willful killing of someone with malice aforethought. It's the unlawful and willful killing of any person by one with malice aforethought. The crime of murder is really, as far as the elements go, fairly simple. The operative terms here, the most important terms, are malice, which is the mental state that the person must have, and aforethought. But let's talk about those. What exactly do they mean? Malice, and it can be any of these. It can be the hatred, ill will, or hostility towards another, but it also can be the intentional doing of a wrongful act with an intent to inflict an injury under the circumstances that the law would infer an evil intent. It could be a general malignant recklessness of the lives and safety of others. It could be a wicked or depraved spirit intent on doing wrong. It could be using firearms, shotgun in a blackout to blow somebody away. That can be malice, ladies and gentlemen, if that's what you decide. Aforethought. Sounds like it has to be planned, and certainly planning would account for a forethought, but it may be conceived at the very moment, a split second, or in conjunction with the act. So a forethought doesn't require planning for that malice to occur. All it has to do is exist in the moment, just a split second or in the moment that the act occurs. So when that trigger's pulled, as long as there's that intentional doing of a wrongful act, intent to inflict an injury, there would be an evil intent, a malignant recklessness, which you can infer from the circumstances of the case, then that's all you need. And how do you do that? I said infer, because people don't always yell out what their intentions are. You have to infer it from the circumstances of the case itself. Look at the crime scene, look at what happened, look at the backstory, look at all the circumstances that come together, and you can infer malice from those. Last little bit of law school. Malice and drugs. Voluntary intoxication does not impair a person's ability to act with malice aforethought. That's a legal principle. If you voluntarily get intoxicated, it is not a defense to a crime, and it does not negate the malicious nature of that crime. If one voluntarily intoxicates themselves, they are just as responsible for their actions as when they are not intoxicated. And the judge, again, take what the law comes from the judge, but this is a legal principle that you will hear. Voluntary intoxication is not a defense to a crime. And why does the law say that? Well, you can't take whatever it is and deny responsibility for what you've done under the law. All right? I'm going to move through this quickly because we've already talked about it. And just for scheduling, I'm going to have to stop my argument so that we can all eat. But I'll give you all a chance to get away from this for a little bit. But I'm going to go ahead and go through some of this that we just talked about, but very quickly. Gathering storm in Alex's life. We talked about the family legacy. You heard of how important that was to him and how important that was to this family and how it was in danger because of the boat case. The criminal charges as well as the civil charges. That legacy was in danger. And it was threatening also to expose him for who he really was, which would totally destroy his part of that legacy. Lose his career, lose his bar license, face consequences like he's never seen. He's also a successful lawyer and a part-time prosecutor. And as we go through and talk about the circumstances of this case and talk about the crime scene and the timeline and all the rest of it, think of it with that in mind. That this is an individual who is trained to understand how to put together cases, complex cases. He's been a prosecutor. He's done complex car wrecks. He understands the law. He's given closing arguments to juries before. So when you have a defendant like that, be thinking about whether or not this individual is constructing defenses and constructing alibis. Talked about his law practice. You've heard how lucrative it is. I had to struggle with him to get him to admit that he was wealthy, making more than $1 million a year. I'll let y'all decide whether or not that's wealthy, but he admitted ultimately that that was not uncommon for him to make that much money on top of stealing and borrowing on top of that. The important thing though to remember again, and I want to highlight this, is that they get, the way that firm works, they get their money at the end of the year. And then it's up to them to make it last. And that's the big problem that he had. That's why he had to get the Ferris fees. He can't, if he's out of money in May, he's not going to, unless he can borrow it or steal it, he's out of luck. And the hounds were at the gate. All right, we talked about this. He's got, you heard, I think Jeannie described him as having intentional chaos. We had the land deals. He's servicing this huge debt load. He constantly needs new money coming in. And this has been going on for more than a decade, a constant hamster wheel. The stress and the pressure of that would be extreme because it's been going on for so long, always having to stay one step ahead of the game, always having to beg, literally beg, borrow, or steal for over a decade to have the truth from being exposed. That's been going on all that time. The big case is his partners think he's straightened it out and paid off his debts, but he hadn't. He's getting paid millions of dollars, but he's stealing on top of that. It's not enough to keep that hamster wheel going. So he borrows and he steals. The methods I mentioned, you got the beat checks, you got the fake forge, you got fake business expenses, running the firm card, and from his family and his law partners. Each one of these depends on him being able to sit down and look someone in the eye and convince them that what they're doing is right, when in reality that wasn't happening. And all those clients trust based on those. And we sat there and went through that, and it may have been exhausting, and I apologize for that, but he couldn't tell you about one conversation that he had that stuck with him. That's how easily it came to him. Is that relevant to your consideration of what he had to say to you? That's for y'all to decide. Couldn't name one conversation. Just had that same answer that he had rehearsed. And didn't want to talk about any of those individuals who trusted him, as he looked you in the eye and asked you to do the same. Down to the bottom. It's not just the clients, too. It's his staff. They're doing the paperwork. They're filling all that out. He had to fast talk them as well. Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. And a Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money coming in to pay old investors. And it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone who would listen about it. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The people who came in here and said, we thought this about him, not a single person knew who he really was. That's how convincing he is. But he denies this confrontation. When Mark Tinsley was like, he bows up on Mark Tinsley. He's like, what you doing, man, about the boat case? And Mark says, you're going to have to pay money to the Beach family. Millions of dollars. Alec doesn't have that. He's barely one step ahead of the game at this point. He doesn't have insurance coverage anymore, or at least not a big umbrella policy. And why? Because his insurance company dropped him after the Satterfield case. Insurance company thinks the money went to the Satterfield boys, but it didn't. They don't know that he's stolen it all, but they don't want to insure him anymore. So he doesn't have that to help him pay the Beach case. And so what's the one hope he has? And that's the Ferris case. And it's tried, and we get a verdict in February of 2021, $792,000. And eventually, he tells Chris Wilson, I'm going to structure those, which is a lie, and gets the fees sent to him in March. And is spent in 2 months. But the boat case isn't going away. Mark says, show us your books if you're telling me you're broke. I think his testimony was, they said that he could probably cobble together $1 million, which I guess that's broke for him, but it wasn't enough. And so they refuse, and that's what leads to the motion to compel. And there's been a lot of argument about, oh, is that going to be granted or not? Or the judge have granted it? What we do know is that Mark Tinsley said that's what he was seeking to do. And he was seeking to do it because he had been told by the defense that he didn't have money. So he's like, prove it. None of us believe that, knowing what we know about you in this community. Prove it. Well, Alec can't have anybody subpoenaing his financial records because it's all going to be apparent. That forged account is going to open right up. He can't have that happen. It will all end. He'll lose his career. He will lose his livelihood. He will face investigations and consequences like he's been able to avoid his entire life. But if he can just stay one step ahead, just 1 month longer, 1 day longer, then he's never going to have to face that accountability that he has to face. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving. And you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's gone in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart. Ferris case, this is when his paralegal finds the expense check and not the fee check. And I've already told you this part of the story, and y'all have heard the testimony, but it sets off that inquiry from the second juror. So now we have this on top of everything else that we're mentioning. This is like nothing he's ever experienced. He's always been able to stay one step ahead of the game. But after the boat case, his appetite's increased greatly. He started stealing millions of dollars, and now he's running out of options, and all these factors are converging. All they're converging. And they're converging on 1 week, 1 day. And that arrives. His father's in the hospital. There's a confrontation with Jeannie. Alec tells her, manages to ward off the conversation by saying Mr. Randolph is terminal. He, of course, denies that, so I guess Jeannie's lying on him too. But that's what she says happened. He's working on the boat case. and then the tragedy happens, and it worked. It's not the only reason, but it's part of the reason. The pressures on this man were unbearable, and they were all reaching a crescendo the day his wife and son were murdered by him. All on that day. And in the wake of this, everything changes. People stop asking these things. The community has changed like you would expect. People are concerned, they're scared, they're worried. And everything's changed. The backlash from the boat case has gone away, and all of that has changed. And that's why Mark Tinsley thought his case was over. This may seem like, really? But who would understand that better than him? This is exactly the kind of work he did. His skills as a lawyer were understanding the emotional value of a case, understanding the sympathies of a case. If you have a sympathetic plaintiff and an unsympathetic defendant, that is, in the civil world, that's a big case. But if those get reversed, if those change, if all of a sudden your defendant is more sympathetic, it changes it. It changes the entirety of what Mark Tinsley's position on this case was for the Beach family, that Alec was going to have to pay money. And that's what he told you from the stand. He said the second, if Alec had been the victim of some unsuspect or some random vigilante, the entirety of the case has changed. And I'm not taking the same position. I'm not trying to demand that level of recovery. He gets the $750. Well, he gets $600 of it. Ultimately gets a $750 loan. He convinces Chris Wilson. That heads off to Ferris. That's pretty much the main thing he did after this, was to make sure he could get that money, enough of it to Chris Wilson so that he would send an email to the law firm saying, hey, everything's cool, I got it. It's all good. And that's what the law firm thought. It's the main thing he did in the wake of the murders of his wife and son, was he made sure to stay, again, one step ahead of the game, because he had more time now. He had time he didn't have on June 7th, but he had it now. And that's the first thing he did. It's the first thing he did. It's the main thing he did, was keep the hamster wheel going. I know it seems like a lot, but you have to consider the unique circumstances of this particular man. This particular man who has proven over and over again that he will do anything to keep that hamster wheel going and to avoid accountability. And he's been doing it for over 10 years. He just finally reached a point that he had never reached before. Of course, the hearing on the motion to compel gets canceled. Who would go forward with that in the wake of what's happened? That goes away. It doesn't, I think you heard from the testimony up there, it doesn't get rescheduled till long after everything crashes and burns in September. It doesn't even get rescheduled in the wake of this. We don't have to worry about that either, and the potential that had for exposing who he was. Because the second somebody looks at his accounts, the second his own partner, Danny Henderson, looks at his accounts as in representing him and says, well, let me see him. He can't do that. He can't do that. He can't even show them to his own partner. Because what's going to happen? They're going to see it too. He can't let that happen, or everything falls apart. And he loses everything, including that legacy that you heard from individuals up there is so important to him, more important than anything. I'm not going to go through all of this, but this is the timeline. And you can see and I'll let y'all look at that, but you can see how this develops, how this hamster wheel continues, how he always has to be one step ahead of the game. You know, we've talked about the Redbeard and the Zero United. Those are the land deals that went bad. They get charged off, but yet Palmetto State Bank, still dealing with him. He then appoints Russell Lafitte a conservator and borrows up to $1 million from the Plyler girls. accounts without their knowledge. And then he has to steal money from the Badger case, where he's already making a huge amount of legal fees. He has to steal money from the Badger case to pay off the Plowler girls before they turn 18. And then there's an accounting for that. And then he opens up the Forge account. And it continues. $338,000 from Deion Martin. Johnny Bush, Manuel Sanders, and Richard, $225,000. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. The only way to stay afloat is to beg, borrow, and steal. He's maxing out $1 million line of credit. He steals some more money, but he's right back to where he was. March of 2018, he's now maxed out not only $1 million line of credit, but also a $600,000 line of credit. A line of credit, almost like a credit card, maxed out. Then the boat crash happens, and look what happens to the figures. $3.7 million, $1.1 million, $1 million. And then you have the double homicide. This is some of the exhibits. This is, as you recall, there'll be the statements, and they're in evidence showing the defendant's assets on June 7th, 2021, and the reds are his liabilities. That one's green, but it's negative. And then over here, that's where he was a couple months later. He borrowed $750,000 and still ended up $347,000 in the hole, which part of that had to cover. I think it was called the most generous overdraft policy ever conceived. Because, I mean, in fairness, though, he did get a $5 overdraft charge right there. So, anyway. All right, what else do we have? Because we've talked about a lot of things about the finances, and I know that there's been a lot of that, but it's really the only way to understand all the things that were affecting this middle-aged, outwardly successful professional man who had all these pressures upon him, like no one had ever seen. Well, we've got the pills. He claims he's had a pill addiction for 20 years. What does he say about that? He says it makes him paranoid. He says it makes him agitated. He says opiates give him energy. Use your common sense about that. But he also says, and he even said this in the telephone interview after the side of the road, that the withdrawals will make you do anything to get rid of them. That's common sense as well. We know how powerful opiates can be and how the addiction of opiates can be extremely powerful. The withdrawals, not being dope sick, can be extremely powerful. But he's also saying he's taking 1,000 milligrams a day. And he's trying to blame all his theft on that. But that's not what these records reflect. They reflect an insatiable desire for money and a hamster wheel that's been going on for a long time. And you don't really see the escalation from his drug dealer until March of 2021. I would ask you also, one of the tenets of juries is common sense. That's what you're here for, is for an individual and then a collective common sense. Common sense, 1,000 milligrams a day, does that sound survivable? He sat there on that stand and told you that's what he was taking. And as we're going to go through this process, we're going to talk about what he said on the stand and how many times on the fly that he looked you in your eyes and didn't tell you the truth. He's very good at it. His own partner said that. He's very, very good at it. I'll leave it to you to decide whether 1,000 milligrams a day is survivable with opiates. And if it was, that you could still engage in work, have a successful practice, and then on top of that, engage in these complex conspiracies to steal and fool everyone and live a life and have people outwardly think that you're who you profess to be in public if you were taking 1,000 milligrams a day? Does that make common sense? I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, it doesn't. I have no doubt that he was taking opiate pills. But I think he looked you, and I would submit to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out is inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. He can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This had been going on for a long time, and the finances proved differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. We're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills. We need to talk. Mom found some pills and we need to talk." Another pressure from Paul and Maggie on him. And if you look at the texts, the weekend of the ball game on June the 7th, and those are in evidence, Alec is not at the game. And he's texting back and forth, and Maggie's like, "Don't come if you feel bad." And he's like, "Well, I think I can get a late checkout." And then he's like, "At 1 o'clock, they made me leave." I submit to you, it's a reasonable inference they were on him at this time. They were watching him like a hawk. opiates, the most powerful of withdrawals. And everything's coming to a head, including this as well. Run out of money, running out of options, doesn't get paid in any significant way until December, already stole the Ferris fees and spent that money in 2 months, has an expensive pill habit, and accountability and consequences will undo everything in his life, everything that is his self-identity, everything, the only things that he cares about. He doesn't care about lying to his partners and his family and his friends and his clients if it will delay accountability for him. He'll do it in a heartbeat. And all of that is about to be undone.
We had a good stopping point.
Yes, sir, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take 1 hour and 15 minutes for lunch. Please do not discuss the case.
Wow. I certainly wasn't expecting a lunch break in the middle of closing arguments. That's another surprise. But yeah, we started later, so yeah, I guess it is about that time. I I'm still my brain is thinking, back to the earlier time slot. So
We'll be in recess, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
So let's see, we've got about 12:20 my time. Well, I'm curious to hear the experts assess how they think that the closing is going. I think their opinions are going to be far more
measured. He said that a number of things, and let me just go forward with his themes. He said that Alec Murdaugh had the motive, the means, the opportunity to kill Maggie and Paul. He laid out that the storm was descending, the theme that he had from his opening statement. And he said you have to understand the depth of the financial crimes to understand why this was going on in Alec Murdaugh's life like never before. He wasn't able to control anything. He couldn't borrow money from his father anymore. His father was dying. His law firm was about to find out that he was, did find out that he was stealing, that he said that he had an illusion of wealth. He said that there was a slow burn going on and that he did it, and they'll talk about it later on because the forensic timeline put him there along with the family weapons and the lies that he told and the activities that he did after the scene. He said that he talked to the investigators while he contends that he had an opioid addiction of 1,000 pills a day, that indeed you watch them and he was measured, and that he could lie to everybody straight on by looking them in the face, just like he looked at you in the face in this courtroom jury. He said that husbands kill wives, unfortunately, every single day of the year. We've seen since King Herod that he could kill sons, so that fathers do kill sons. He said the pressure of being in withdrawal made him a family annihilator. He talked about the circumstantial nature of the case, and if you take the Mona Lisa and you clip off an end of it, you can still tell it's the Mona Lisa, even if all the pieces don't fit apart or one of the pieces aren't there. He said that in theme that this was planned, and indeed he went back to motive, means, and opportunity, mens rea. He said it was malicious. He said it was with malice aforethought, echoing what Alec Murdaugh himself said on the stand, that whoever did this planned it for a long time. Okay? Think about it. The jury now has an hour and 15 minutes to think about it. They're taking lunch, and while they do that, we're going to take a quick break here at the network. We will see you on the other side.
Okay, well, so far I'm liking the closing. They, I think, need to address some of the claims of the defense, which they're going to bring up about the weak points of the state's case. But I'm not sure. Maybe they'll do that on their rebuttal to the defense's closing. So we shall see. But yeah, I looked at Las Vegas. I Googled odds of Murdaugh verdict, and all I could find was stuff on the closing and so forth. I didn't see any odds. So I checked one Las Vegas odds maker website and Googled Murdaugh verdict and got nothing. So I'm surprised. It seems to me gamblers will bet on anything. So I would have expected there to be odds on an acquittal, odds on hung jury, on a conviction. And I was curious to see what the odds makers felt that the likelihood is. I would say, given the wide variety of opinions, that hung jury would be the safest bet for the gambling industry to go with. I'm hoping they're wrong. You never know what the jury's going to do. I don't know. I'm just hoping that they see through all of the smoke and mirrors and what the chaff and redirect is they're always saying on the behavior panel. There's no evidence of an outside party there at the kennels. The dogs weren't showing any agitation on the kennel video, so it tends to negate the idea that you've got two random vigilantes hiding out, just waiting for Alex to disappear so they could kill Alex and Maggie. And okay, I can see a vigilante in theory might want to take out Paul, but why Maggie? If they want to take out Maggie, why not take out Alex too? It makes no sense to kill one parent and not both. So yes, it's the dark web is good one, Samantha. Yes, we need to check the dark web for the odds on the verdict in the trial. So yeah, this is don't you feel kind of like it's I just feel kind of the
Welcome back to the Law and Crime Network. Well, the moment we've all been waiting for, the closing arguments of the parties, began this morning in South Carolina in that courtroom in Waterboro, where Creighton Waters, the attorney general, one of the attorney generals that we saw his boss yesterday, started to tell the jury that Alec Murdaugh had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill his wife and son. He was measured and continued on his theme about the storm. Why don't we listen to a little bit of what just happened in that courtroom?
It's up to you to decide whether or not he looked you in the eye and claimed them out. Is inconsistent with whatever else we know about this man. It's really inconsistent with survivability as a matter of common sense. he can never function at the level he's been functioning, keeping up with these pressures, staying one step ahead for over a decade if he was taking that much dope. I would submit to you. Just one other lie that I would submit to you as a lie that he's trying to get you to believe, to feel sympathetic for him, as if the dope was the cause of the money and the cause of his issues, when the reality is it wasn't. This has been going on for a long time, and the finances prove differently. But what else about this? You've seen the interviews. We're going to play some clips of these interviews, but I'm not going to play them all for you again. You've watched them. But if you have any questions, go back and watch them. He talks about being paranoid. Listen, watch those interviews when he's with Dave Owen. He doesn't look like he's withdrawing from any drugs. His responses are appropriate. He's not in displaying any paranoia. He's smooth. He's focused on the events. He's focused on trying to get information about the case from law enforcement officers, which is interesting in its own right. Why is he so focused on that? And in Savannah, where supposedly he was detoxing, he sat down, as you've heard the testimony, with a composite sketch artist and went through the whole process to come out with this picture, which I swear is not me. How do you do that? How do you do that if you're on that much dope? So why did he tell you that, ladies and gentlemen? Why did he look you in the eye and tell you that as he sat there on that stand trying to explain what was going on? It's interesting also that in one of the interviews with law enforcement, there were 3 interviews, June 8th, June 10th, and August 11th, before we get to the side of the road, that he mentions that Paul was a little detective. That's very interesting for him to mention that, because you heard from Marion Proctor, Maggie's sister, that Maggie called Paul that, the little detective, specifically in reference to Paul paying attention and trying to keep Alec from taking pills. Why would he bring that up? That's an interesting thing to bring up, because that was what that was in reference to. And what do we know? We know that in May, if we talk about all the pressures that are coming upon him, all these financial things that we've talked about, this exhausting hamster wheel that's been going on forever, the need to beg, borrow, and steal, stay one step ahead, and he's running out of options there. On top of that, we know in May that Paul sends a text to him saying, "Mom found some pills. We need to talk."
All right. There you heard it. Creighton Waters, the Assistant Attorney General, who's the lead prosecutor on this case, making his closing argument, telling the jury that Alec Murdaugh murdered his wife, Maggie, and son, Paul, and that the evidence all points to him. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from Walterboro, South Carolina, right in front of the Colleton County Courthouse, where I don't know if you can see behind me, but there's still a line of people hoping to get into this courthouse. They got here, at least the first person in line got here at 3 a.m. this morning. So people are very interested in this and very emotionally invested in it. Linda Kenny-Bodden, what do you think of Creighton Waters' opening statement so far? Do you think that he's hitting all the right points?
Angela, I think, his opening statements to the jury were pretty scattered, as we saw early on. But I really think now he feels that this case has come together, Anjanette. I was actually impressed with him explaining that, look, I have to talk about the financial crimes because you have to really understand the storm. You have to understand the pressures. You have to understand what Alec Murdaugh was able to escape with his whole life and couldn't. And basically what he was inferring is that he's a family annihilator. Why? Because he's not killing himself, but he's killing those around him for reasons that they were onto him, and his life was more important because it was always all about Alec Murdaugh.
You know, Linda, one of the things that I think is interesting, and you probably know this better than anyone, is that sometimes, and let's look at this from the standpoint that, let's view this hypothetically as Alec Murdaugh is factually guilty, that he committed these homicides. A lot of times when people are talking to the police and they're lying, there are little things that bleed out. There are little beads that drop. And I don't know if these people, when they're talking, they realize it. But the whole thing about Paul being the little detective, to me, after hearing the testimony about that, that could be a tell here. That is something that he could have brought up, and that he's sitting there talking to the police, and this little thing that may play into what happened comes out. Do you see that as one of those little things?
Yeah, absolutely, Anjanette. Also, the Bow case. Now, the Bow case is the start of this, according to the prosecutor, right? This is what brings the house of cards down. But he wants to blame the Bow case, but maybe in his mind, it is the Bow case that started his downfall, right? And that was caused by his son, Paul. And so maybe there was a hatred there, you know, families, and we see it all the time. There are people that kill. I tweet all the time about the famous New Jersey case, Anjanette, of John List, wealthy, accountant, lived in a mansion, killed his wife, his mother-in-law, his 3 kids with 3 different guns to get out of the pressures, the monetary pressures that were coming. So, you know, we have seen it. And I thought that Creighton Waters did a wonderful job talking about those things in that light. And those tells, I think, are extremely important, Anjanette.
And let's go back to that hatred that you talked about. Alec Murdaugh said that on the stand, whoever did this hated Paul, had a hatred for Paul. And you would have to have that hatred to do to shoot Paul in the head with a shotgun. We heard that he survived, or he could have survived that first gunshot wound to the chest. And then there was a second gunshot wound to the head. So you have to think that Paul Murdaugh had the presence of mind to realize he had been hurt. He was bleeding. He was walking toward that feed room door, as we heard in the testimony and saw from the evidence. So he looked, more than likely, I would think, the person who killed him in the eye. And the state says that is Alec Murdaugh. So we've got a lot of questions coming in from the viewers, and we always appreciate you guys sending in the questions. We love taking them, and we do this every lunch hour. So Linda, let's get to it. We have other people joining us. Gigi will be here in just a second, and then Eric Bland, the attorney for Gloria Satterfield's family, will be with us probably in about 10 minutes or so. So the first question, Linda, comes from Larry McNulty from Facebook. If someone other than Alex did the murders, why would they not seek to murder Alec also, now that we know he was close by? Is that a good point, or could this have possibly been, and I'm surprised the defense didn't make this argument, a message being sent? You know, I always kind of thought that was weird that the defense didn't argue somebody was trying to send Alec Murdaugh a message.
Well, I think the problem they had, remember that Alec Murdaugh himself, with one of those little points, said in one of the interviews that whoever planned this planned it for a long time, right? The problem they had is that he was blaming the boat accident. And if he planned it, that's where he was going. His attorney did get on the, if I recall, the HBO special, that's Jim Griffin, and say, no, this was a drug cartel or drug deal. He hadn't paid money. But I think there was a problem there because Alec Murdaugh had already laid the groundwork that it was the boat accident. So I think that's why they couldn't go there, Anjanette, because what the attorneys tried to do and what Alec Murdaugh were saying were not the same thing.
All right. Next to Jessica Whitson Chegwin from Facebook. Rule 404, financial issues, Linda. We're able to be brought in to support motive, but do I understand correctly that the jury is not to consider his character or lack thereof of these crimes? They're not supposed to take that into account. So explain that whole 404 issue to us, Linda.
Sure. So you can't say, well, just because Alec Murdaugh is a bad person generally, he committed this homicide. But you can say that there's something in his character that caused him to want to kill his wife and his son because of the financial crimes. Now, you know, murder is a character flaw to begin with, so it's a fine line. So if you understand the pressures that were going on with him, and you understand that there's going to be no way out, that his father was dying, so he can't can't borrow money, and that he himself maybe saw himself going to jail, not living the lifestyle, and his wife maybe taking whatever money else that he had, because remember, she owned the house in Moselle and she was half owner of the house in Edisto. So that can be considered with regard to that in the context of the motive.
You know, you just brought up something interesting that I hadn't thought of before, Linda. If his dad was going to pass away and they were aware of that, he would have inherited money. And it's our understanding that he did inherit money. There's money in some type of trust account, possibly $4 million. So if on the night of June 7th, he knows his father's going to pass away, I mean, he was possibly going to come into some money. It's just something that kind of came into my mind. What do you think of that?
But not enough, because I read it was like $700,000 that was going to him, because remember, he's got brothers, right? And we don't know the terms of the trust. We don't know whether there was more to that. But he couldn't go to his dad and get that immediate cash that was coming down on him. And the $700,000, unfortunately, probably is going to pay his legal fees and his expert fees right now. So maybe he didn't plan so well.
All righty. Well, we are going to take a quick break. Keep the questions coming to us on Twitter, YouTube, and on Facebook, and we'll get to as many of them as we can when we come back. Stay with us. I'm Anjanette Levy, coming to you live from the courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, and you are watching Law and Crime.
I'm back, and Galadriel is wanting attention. I can't find my mustard for my brat dog. Oh, found it. Okay, Galadriel, come say hi. Say hi. I don't know if you heard that or not. Let's see. Let's check and see if there is any commentary going on News Nation or Crime. Let's see, Crime TV. Oh, I don't even see Crime TV streaming. Let's see. Oh, we could try Newsmax. Let's see. News Nation.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and we're coming to you live from the courthouse in Colleton County, South Carolina, where closing arguments are underway in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. We are taking your questions, and we have a lot of good ones coming in, so keep them coming to us on Twitter, Facebook, and in our YouTube chat, and we'll answer as many of them as we can. Gigi McKelvey with Law and Crime is here with me now, and Linda Kenny-Bodden, noted famed defense attorney and Law and Crime host, is here with us as well. She's in the studio in New York. So Gigi, what are your thoughts about closing arguments so far and about the jury's reaction? Because we're sitting next to each other, but I think you've got a little bit better of a view of the jurors.
Very attentive. I don't see much movement at all. They're focused on Mr. Waters. And I think as far as the closings go, I mean, he's setting it up. We've got the second half to go. I think it's a little calm before the storm, so to speak. That's the theme he's using in these closings as the storm was brewing. So I'm interested to see how the second half goes. I think in the first half, you have to set the stage and kind of round up all that testimony about the financials and remind the jury over and over again, he lied. I thought it was really powerful when he used the amount of drugs that Alec said on the stand that he used, 1,000 milligrams a day. And Creighton Waters says, you have to decide, did he look you in the eyes and lie? I thought that was a really good tactic to use with that jury, because essentially, if they feel like he lied to them directly, then, I mean, that could be a big deal.
Yeah, and he talked about judging credibility and the credibility of Alec Murdaugh and all of the other witnesses in this trial, and whether or not they have a bias or a motivation to lie. I was a little concerned about some of his comments about the opioid addiction. You know, I don't want to get too far into the weeds on that, but, you know, I've covered a lot of stories about the opioid epidemic over the years, and my mom's a chemical dependency therapist. She's been doing this a long time, 40 some odd years. And, you know, people can get energy. You know, it's called a paradoxical reaction. I've tweeted about this. You can get energy from these things. They can they make you feel alive. It sounds weird, but it can happen. So let's get to your questions. At Daddy Smiley from Twitter asks, could the property be in Maggie's name originally to protect it in case Alec got caught stealing? What do you make of that, Linda?
Well, that's an interesting. I hadn't really thought about that, whether it could have been his name, because he was thinking that maybe he would get caught stealing. Very, very interesting. But obviously, whatever happened now, there must have been, and you know, the jury was speculating, were the communications with his wife and all about the properties, because for some reason he wanted her to come there that night then, right? So yeah, very, very interesting thought. I hadn't thought about that before.
Yeah, that is a really good question. See, the viewers are on top of it. They think of things we don't. So I love reading these questions. Georgia's Garden from YouTube. Did anyone hear what the email was about that the judge was talking about before lunch yesterday? I'll take that one. I poked around last night after court ended. Nobody's talking about the email. Apparently the judge doesn't want anybody talking about it. So I don't know what that was. A lot of speculation, though, online about it. Backpacking Cape Breton from YouTube asks, why wasn't there a change of venue due to his deep connection and ties to the judicial system in that area of South Carolina? Gigi, you know, there's probably a reason why he didn't ask for a change of venue. The state didn't ask for one either.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's bad for him that it stayed local, because I tell you, just in talking to random people, from the gas station attendant to the lady at the Piggly Wiggly, they all were very hesitant to come on camera, just refused, actually, saying they still feel like there is somewhat of a grip on this community with the Murdaugh family. So does that tie into deliberations? I mean, I think it's a real risk for the state not asking for a change of venue, in that some people may be hesitant because they actually have to live here once they deliver this verdict. I think it could come into play in a big way.
Linda, why do you think that the prosecution didn't ask for a change of venue? Do you think that it would have been a fool's errand and the judge would have denied it?
Yeah. And also, they may not be entitled, and I don't know what the rules are, but in many states, it's the defendant's right to ask for a change of venue for a fair trial, or a judge who decides that there's so much, sua sponte asking for briefing from the attorneys. But I don't think the prosecution had a right to ask for it. And certainly, they think that sometimes you get people in the community and they say, I know the Murdaugh family, and they're actually biased against them. They may not come on camera and say it for exactly that reason. So I think the prosecution felt, yeah, we're in his backyard, but the backyard may have a lot of holes in it that he's going to fall into.
Or maybe, and I just thought of this, Linda, could it be that they wanted to send a message, they wanted to show that justice could be done. They believed in their case, and they believed we can do this here. And maybe they didn't think it was necessary, that there's a message to be sent, that you don't have to move it to get a just result, at least in the prosecution's eyes, because they believe that he did this.
Yeah, those could also be reasons, but I think mainly it would probably apply for the court rules and Jeanette in terms of whether or not they would have a right to move it, because it's not their fair trial, it's the defendant's right for a fair trial that's protected when there's a motion made to move a trial.
Mm-hmm. This is a good question. Mal from YouTube. Seriously, where did the money go? No way, just drugs or lifestyle. Someone blackmailing him, I'd say. I'll take this one right now. We heard about these bad land deals. Apparently, just he's the main breadwinner for the family. $50,000 a week on opioid pills. I've been told by somebody who knows Alec Murdaugh that he was viewed as somebody who was a connector. So maybe we'll learn more about that at a later date. And also, I kind of poked around a little bit last night as well. Sounds like they know where the money went. So we might find out more about that at the financial
And
crime
Jeanette,
trial.
can I just say something? Jeanette, can I say something? At 12:58
Yes,
today, my sister who was watching, they asked me the question, what did he do with all that money? So it sounds like it's a question many people have.
Yeah, I think everybody, I've been asking that, where did the money go? And I found out they know where the money went. So they just aren't saying yet. So just a little point there. But everybody, that's a lot of money. He's like charged with stealing $11 million. That's a ton of money to blow. All right, Jay Stevie O from YouTube. If this trial concludes, shall we discover the incentive or evidence that led to the reopening of Stephen Smith's untimely death? Gigi, do you think that we will learn about Stephen Smith's death after this trial? Because I think it would be unlikely that SLED would announce anything if they had something about that case in the middle of something like this.
Right. Yeah. I didn't anticipate any kind of announcement about that case while this is going on. It deserves to be its own separate thing away from the murders. And I think, if there's a connection there that they have found, I don't think that they will wait too long to let us know that it exists, and we'll see what goes from there. I've heard mixed things about how that investigation is going, so it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. That family needs justice.
I've heard some mixed things too. Yeah, and they do. Sandy Smith deserves answers, and I think we've both heard those similar things about this case. And there's been a lot of speculation about the Murdaughs and whether they were involved. We've heard, we've heard that's not true, but we just don't know for certain. So I just want to be sure we make that clear. A lot going on about that case, or a lot of talk. Croucher from Twitter, once the dust has settled, after the case is done, will whatever assets Alec Murdaugh has left be sold to repay his former law firm? That's a really good question, Linda.
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to have any assets that are left. That's going to be the problem, because it's really it's not just the firm, it's the insurance companies now also had paid out on that. So I assume that the problem they may have is that they can't get access to the trust, right? So that's why when we talked before about the trust, that may have limitations to it. But sure, there could be things that are sold, but the problem is he also has a family. So it's going to be very complicated. Buster still is his son, and it'll be very, very complicated. This is going to be a room full of a lot of lawyers, Anjanette.
Definitely. And we heard the law firm Ronnie Crosby yesterday, one of Alec Murdaugh's former law partners, say that they've had to take out millions of dollars in loans to pay these clients and to make them whole. So it'll be interesting to see if they file some type of legal action to recoup any of that money. Keep the questions coming. We have to take a quick break. We will be right back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you're watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina.
There are so many people who want a piece of the Alex Murdaugh assets that it's nobody's going to get very much. It's going to get split so many ways. So let's see if we've got anything. Okay, let's take a look at who's streaming at the moment. Let's see, News Nation. Nope, they're just doing a commercial. Oh. It's a commercial in anticipation of the live stream. Oh, and they're just showing the "we'll be right back." So that's not fair. Ah, Kitty. Galadriel is back to wrestle again. Come on, Kitty. Okay. Oh dear. Okay. Okay, I've got the the throw on my arm. Okay. Let's go back to who's streaming right now. Let's see. That was Newsnation. Let's take a look at Newsmax. I'm not sure if they're streaming the trial. It says Lori Lightfoot ousted at royal eviction. So it sounds like it's the general news. Oh, I think that there was something on one of the royal channels saying something about Frogsit. So we know that Prince Andrew needs to move out of his 30-bedroom hunting lodge. I can't even imagine of 30 bedrooms. I've got 2. So it's that little snippet makes me think that maybe they're kicking Harry and Meghan out of Frogmore Cottage and putting Andrew over there. I mean, it's got 9, no, how many bedrooms? Something like 9 or 14. I can't remember. And I think that would be a more suitable size for a single man with no children. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look and see what else is out there on YouTube. Oh, let's see. Here's Court TV just went offline, and they're coming back in.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime, live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina, where closing arguments are underway in the double murder trial of Alec Murdaugh. It's taken us weeks to get to this point, and if you think interest in this case has waned, think again. I want you to look behind me, right behind me. A long line of people. Some of these people have been here since early this morning, waiting, hoping that other people leave so they can get a seat inside to watch this. I spoke with a woman earlier who traveled here last night from Kansas, took a flight from Kansas because she wanted to be here to see this in person after watching it for weeks on Law and Crime's YouTube channel. So let's get to your questions. We are taking your questions at this hour during the lunch hour, as we always do. Arctos from YouTube, Gigi McKelvey, did Alec go to Moselle with the jury and judge?
Not that I know of. I think he came in, he was here a little bit before the jury got back from that jury view. We never heard that he was going. I don't even know that the defense go? Did we ever hear that? That was my question. But I don't think Alec did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, wow. Jim Griffin apparently didn't go, but Maggie Fox and Dick Harpootlian went, as did the judge, of course. Alec Murdaugh did not go, and it sounds like the jurors were there. They weren't there very long. They looked at the feed room door, they looked at that area, and then were taken up to the main house. Another question. Let's get to this one. Why couldn't they have waited until Maggie's walked back to the house, or at least partly back, shot Paul, and then shot Maggie on her way back to the kennels to investigate why the shots were fired? That's Happy Robot from YouTube. Linda, I don't know. Why couldn't he have waited until Maggie walked back to the house, or at least partly back, and shot Paul and then shot Maggie? I don't know the answer to that question.
No, I don't know. He obviously had a plan, and this was his plan. And, I've always said that one of the things, Angela, we talk about the little things. Maggie had just come, if you recall, from a pedicure. I don't think Maggie was walking in the mud, as it turns out, to that house at that time. I mean, even the jurors today had to be aware of, I understand, snakes, Anjanette?
Yeah, there was a warning, apparently, Linda. Can you believe this? We've heard so much about the hog hunting that goes on out there at Moselle and other places. The hogs are a nuisance. We got a tutorial on that yesterday. And now today, the jury was warned, and everybody was warned, like, hey, the weather causes the snakes to come out. So watch where you step. Snakes and then hogs. So that was really something else. And murder, yes. Terrible, terrible thing. But in the dogs, people were asking me if the dogs were going to be out there as to kind of make the scene look the same. I don't think so, because those dogs are with other people now, Bubba and Grady and the others. Renea Bloomer O'Brien from Facebook. Why does law enforcement allow a family member to clean the crime scene? Was it even processed thoroughly? Linda, I'm going to throw that one to you. Okay. You're a defense attorney. Why didn't they execute that search warrant? They didn't execute the warrant on June 8th. They had the warrant and they didn't do it. And they let Blanca come in and clean up the house.
Well, that was a big mistake, obviously. But I think they were paying deference. When we say that Alec Murdaugh was jumped on by the police, by law enforcement immediately as a suspect, he wasn't. They were treated with kid gloves. Who doesn't execute a search warrant? Who lets the family members walk in and business partners walk in? That crime scene should have been locked down with one tape so that only the crime scene processors goes into the one area. The second tape should have been for the big shots or the news media that comes along and can watch. But that scene should have been locked out. The family should have been moved. There was great deference played. With regard to cleaning the crime scene, though, once the crime scene is released, it is the family's duty to, please don't do that. The family has to clean a crime scene, and there's a lot of companies that do it for families. So that's not unusual once the scene is released.
But it sounds like, from what we heard, it sounded like Blanca was asked to do that morning, the June 8th. And then John Marvin testified that, Katie McAllister, one of the SLED agents, wanted to look around the house, and she took off her badge and her gun and just said, hey, you want to walk around the house with me? And they walked around the house, even though she had the search warrant. So I was stunned by that.
Yeah, ridiculous deference to
I'm just
the Murdaugh family. Ridiculous.
I mean, why not just say, I'm really sorry. I know this is a horrible thing, but guys, we got to execute this search warrant. We've got to do it. And we need you to leave. Let's get to our next question. This one's for you, Gigi. Jack Nicholson from YouTube. I don't know if it's the Jack Nicholson, but wouldn't that be something if it was? Did Maggie really not know about the financial crimes? Any evidence that she did?
I don't think we've seen any evidence that she knew, and it could just be that she was living a comfortable life and trusted that it was coming in an honest way. But I've heard nothing, and I've been here every day, that indicated she knew anything about the financials, although it was clarified the drug issues she did know about, which we weren't sure before trial, but now we know. So I just don't see it, that she knew that he was stealing all this money.
Yeah, I don't think she knew about the stealing, but she did apparently tell Blanca. I remember Blanca testifying that Maggie was very concerned about the boat case and what it could do to them financially. And she pulled her into the gun room that one day, she said, I don't think Alec always tells me everything. Maybe, I don't know, maybe
Right.
she was getting a little suspicious. Who knows? So I do recall that. So Manic from YouTube, how long do you think it'll take the jury to decide? Linda, do you have any thoughts on that?
Oh, no tea leaves on that one. Obviously, if they all go in, take a straw vote and say, oh, they're not guilty, they'll be out fast before Friday. But I don't see that. I think they're going to take the better part of next week. I think they're going to be talking a lot about this case. But, you haven't asked me for my prediction yet. But I think Tuesday, Wednesday next week will be finished.
Really?
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember, Linda. Did you get it right? Did your prediction win in the Depp trial in the law and crime jury pool? Were you right on that about that verdict day? I think you were, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, it depends on when they go out on. It depends on when It depends on whether they're wrong. Look, obviously the judge is going to charge Thursday. They're going to deliberate Friday. Could they come back Monday? Sure. Absolutely, because they've been there a long time. So usually when juries have been in a trial for a long time, they know what they want to do, and it's a lot faster. To get a hung jury, you have to have at least a day per week of trial. The general rule is. So if it goes a real long time, then it could be a hung jury.
And we've been led to believe that they will not deliberate over the weekend. I was told yesterday, maybe that could happen, but more than likely not. I was told everybody needs a break. So it's been a long trial. Let's get to another question. Katie Cat 17 from YouTube. How much stock do you believe the jury will take in the fact that when faced with bad news on 9/4, Alec's reaction was a shooting, and on 6/7, he received bad news and there was a shooting? Gigi, do you think that they're going to see a nexus there? Because Creighton Waters says that's what this guy does.
Yeah, I mean, it's a valid conclusion to come to, because it is how it went down, really. And, the other thing, too, I think that Creighton Waters really made a good point, which is everybody else is a liar, but not him. And so I think that the pattern of lying, really, and the kennel video is going to be the biggest thing that might sway this jury towards guilty. Although I have to say, I'm not going to be surprised, guilty or hung. Either one of those, I'm not going to gasp.
Right. I think I agree with you on that 100%. At @ballers_only_D from Twitter. If it was so dark that night, how did he know where to look to find his wife if she was so far away from Paul? I don't think she was that far away from Paul, but Linda, we have the OnStar data showing he pulled up and there was about 17 to 20 seconds before the 911 call.
Right. They weren't that far away. That's one of the reasons why the defense wants the scene view, for the spatial reason. But I don't think that really helps him, whether he can see or not see. I mean, it's still a dark area. 17 seconds, it's about 17 seconds, you're absolutely right. And he gets back on and he said they've been shot badly. Come help. So, that's an awful lot to do in a dark space, just with your headlines on in that 17 seconds.
Yeah, and I'm not sure it does help them, because I don't think they were that far away. And something you mentioned a little bit ago, Linda, you didn't think that Maggie was running through mud that night. I'm just going to mention it. I remembered we saw her flip-flops as evidence, and they looked pretty clean.
Right.
So I don't think she was, trudging through anything that night. She wasn't getting that dirty. All right, let's take a quick, we need to ask some more questions. Barb Setti from YouTube. How can the jury weigh everything out when they weren't even allowed to take notes? Oh, Gigi, we have talked about this so much. Those poor jurors sitting there, they might have a lot of questions.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've got a blister literally on my finger from writing for the past, 27 days, and they have no notes. I think that the timeline is going to be really where they're going to have to rely on the evidence to look over. But there have been times I've had pages of notes and I get so confused and I have to go back to the hotel and rewatch testimony, which they cannot do. So things like that might delay these deliberations a little bit longer, just the fact that they can't have notes, which I think in some cases is a good thing. You have 12 people that might have heard 12 different things and written it differently. That can lead to arguments in the deliberation room, but they're definitely going to have to pull out some of these exhibits to fine tune some things, I think. So I think it's going to be a little bit longer of a deliberation.
You could be right about that. And, Gigi and I have talked about this. We're busy working, so sometimes you're fearful you might have missed something, and we go back and watch the testimony. So, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in and remember. Rebecca Whiting from Facebook. I want to know who believes the evidence has proven that he shot both Maggie and Paul. I think he did it prior to going to his mom's, but they are trying to prove he did it when he got back. I've never seen that. How did he hide the guns and clean up in 10 minutes? What's your thought on that? I don't think anybody's ever argued that, Linda. We got 20 seconds that he did it when he got back.
No, this is obviously pre-planned. He knew where he was going to put the guns if he did it, and he did it before he went to his mother's, obviously. If he did it.
Yeah, they've never argued he did it when he got back. Right. All right, guys, we are going to take a quick break, but of course, we want you to keep those questions coming to us. Submit them on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat. We have to take a quick break. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you've been watching Law and Crime live from Walterboro, South Carolina.
I think Galadriel knows when the law and crime music goes off, it's time to attack me. I've got her gripped around the neck and she's got my arm gripped, trying to wrestle. Okay. I've got the throwback on my arm again. Oh boy. 2 to 4 feet. Holy cow. Let me see. Where's my phone? I could check and see what the forecast is supposed to be. Let's see. I got to do everything one-handed so that I got one arm for her to attack. Let's see. Nothing's supposed to start until noon, so that's 3 minutes. Then it's supposed to be 40% chance of snow. Supposed to end around 5 p.m. Another chance on Monday and the following Friday. Let's see. Storm totals. 1 inch expected in the next 24 hours. So we're not going to have any more monster storm with 14, 15, 16 inches. 2 to 4 feet. That's, I don't think I've seen that kind of snow except when I was in one of the ski resort areas. I remember 5 feet of snow when we went to Snowbird when I was in high school, and we were staying in a condo. And then I used to clean condos in Park City, and you'd see snow like that up there. But, okay, she's gone off. So the kitty wrestling match is over. Let's... We've got a 13-minute summary of the first part of the closing on Law and Crime, but we won't watch that. Would be interesting. We've got the Dr. Todd Grande analysis on the Murdaugh case from a year ago, and it would be interesting to compare that to his more recent one to see how his attitude has changed in the intervening time. Let's see. Here we go.
Welcome back. I'm Anjanette Levy, and you are watching Law and Crime live from the Colleton County Courthouse in Walterboro, South Carolina. We are taking your questions. There's only about 15 minutes or so left in the lunch break. So keep those questions coming to us both on Twitter, Facebook, and in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can. Let's get to some of those questions right off the bat. With me is Gigi McKelvey with Law and Crime, and also Linda Kenny-Bodden, defense attorney and host here at the network. So our first question is, Mal from YouTube, if Alex really believes someone else killed his wife and son, why hasn't he hired a private detective to find the killers? Linda?
Well, that's the old OJ question, isn't it? And you know this better than I do. There was a reward, but it was pulled back on September 30th. I think it was being funded by his firm, I guess, after he shot himself in the head. But more than that, why did he bring his shoes forward? Why didn't he bring his shirt forward? Those are things I expect Creighton Waters is going to hit, that Alec Murdaugh didn't do any of that because he's the killer.
I found it odd too, the expiration date, and I think it was like a date that didn't even exist. I think it was maybe September 31st or something, and there's only 30 days in September. That was an odd thing too. I've never, milk expires. I've never seen an expiration date on a reward for a homicide. If anything, it increases. So let's get to our next question. Mallory Jackson from YouTube. Where do you think he spent the money if not on the drugs? What do you think, Gigi? You've watched the whole trial.
Well, I mean, if you go back and look at their social media pages before it really got big, I mean, they were taking private jets, courtside seats at Gamecock basketball games. You live beyond your means, then you have to play catch up, and it goes fast. People think that, $1 million or $2 million is a ton of money, but there's a lot of reasons why people who won $100 million in the lottery go bankrupt. They don't know how to control it. Before you know it, you're circling the drain financially. So I really do think a lot of that, combined with some shenanigans, obviously, with Cousin Eddie and such, it was just a perfect storm, as Creighton Waters says, for financial ruin.
All right, our next question, Mal from YouTube again. Who was it that Buster supposedly made a rude gesture to when they were on the stand? I talked to somebody, Gigi. I don't remember what witness it was on the stand, but I've talked to people who said he was not making a rude gesture. What are your thoughts on that?
It was Tinsley. It was Mallory Beach's family's attorney. And look, being here every day, I noticed that when things get uncomfortable, Buster tends to chew his fingernails, and it's just a habit. And I think, unfortunately, my opinion is that it just, the picture was taken at just the right time or the wrong time if you're Buster. But I haven't seen really, anything else like that. But it's a bad habit. He needs to put that stuff on there that like burns your tongue, because I don't know that he has much left. He's very, understandably, it's a very nerve-wracking trial for him. They're learning things in court as we are, I think. That's got to be tough to do it on a world stage.
I'm sure. And he's a crime victim. He's lost both his mother and his brother. Let's get to our next question. Carrie Lynn from YouTube. If he is found guilty, do you think the defense has set up a strong enough ground for appeal? Linda, do you see any grounds for appeal here, especially with all of that financial crime info coming into evidence?
Answer, no. And the reason is this, Anjanette. Once the defendant takes the stand, right, and is questioned about all this stuff, anything that is error, that is truly not a constitutional error, which this wouldn't be, it'd just be an issue of an evidence rule, doesn't come into play. And that's why us attorneys, as defense attorneys, will not put a defendant on the stand, because not only does the case come down to whether the jury likes or believes that defendant, but any errors that you have created for appeal don't really exist. They exist, but what the appellate court will say, immaterial, because the jury could find on his testimony alone that there was enough evidence for a conviction.
That's interesting. I thought that possibly by him taking the stand that was it. He it kind of like gets, there's nothing left, that he can do. He's up there for 2 days answering questions. So thanks for clearing that up. Nikki Davis from YouTube. What is the makeup of the jury at this time? I was trying to count today, Gigi. Do you have a good handle on the breakdown of men versus women?
Okay, I got to do the math in my head. It's one of those things you see it all day, every day, and now I'm like, no clue. Now, I mean, I think it's definitely more female jurors than men, and it started out that way. I think it was 9-4, but then we've had some switcheroos with COVID. But I still think it may be a little more even match now with the alternates, but I still think there's maybe 1 or 2 more women. Man, what a bad answer for being here since jury selection started.
Goes to show you how eyewitness. It goes to show you how eyewitness testimony, though. It shows to show you how eyewitness testimony is not really helpful, is it?
Right.
No, it's not. I mean, and I was counting yesterday. And so we do know, we're pretty sure that the juror we've referred to as Blanket Lady, that she's an alternate. So people were asking questions about her. All right. It's a new day, 2015 from Twitter. When Alec Murdaugh took those 200 plus steps at 9:05, do you think he was taking a shower and disposing of evidence? Linda, what do you think of that?
Well, the 205 steps were very interesting, weren't they, at 95, because he was supposed to be sleeping. Yes, I think he was around his house. I don't necessarily think he was disposing of evidence, but he was certainly packing it up and saying, okay, we're going to be on the road to Mom's, if you believe the prosecution case.
Yeah, if you believe it. And that's up to the jury to decide. Kristen Reynolds from YouTube. Can anyone name one addict that does not lie and steal due to their addiction and the fact that he was such a prominent figure in the community? His lying does not surprise me. I guess I'll throw that question to both you, Gigi and Linda. What do you think of that? Gigi first.
Yeah, I mean, he's not immune to the habits that any addict has, unfortunately. It doesn't discriminate based on age, race, or your prominence in the community. It's a beast and it's a disease. So unfortunately, people will lie, steal, beg, borrow, do what they got to do to keep that going. I don't think he was any different.
Yes.
Linda, I've never heard of one addict that doesn't lie and steal. They all do it.
Right. And as a matter of fact, one of the things when you talk to addiction specialists is that, they'll do anything, right? They'll do anything to keep that habit. But that doesn't necessarily play into helping Alec Murdaugh here, because one of the other things is they can become paranoid, which was what Creighton Waters says was an interesting use of the term by Alec Murdaugh himself. And if you believe that, if you have, as many people do, some type of experience with drug addiction in a family or friend or a good neighbor or not, this. I think everybody in the jury knows this.
Yeah, most definitely. And it's just been such a big issue in this country. It would be hard that you didn't. Christine Howard from YouTube. Did Alec Murdaugh call and invite all his partners and family members, knowing it would immediately compromise the crime scene? Oh my gosh, Linda, that's a great question for you.
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that, because didn't Jeannie, the office manager, said he lives on chaos. He wants to have chaos. And that was something that also we heard in the closing sequence. So yeah, maybe he called them for that. In his mind, because he knows that they're all going to come there, but he's calling out for help. The only person he doesn't call to come immediately is his son, Buster, that his family has been killed. But everyone else, come on over. We're having a party.
It was a lot of people. I mean, he's frenetic, they said, and thrives on chaos. So who knows? Goldilocks, pranks and music from YouTube. Why didn't they ever check the deer cams that he had on the property? Gigi, I might have missed that. Were there deer cams on the property? I've heard a lot about hogs. I haven't heard so much about deer.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't heard anything about deer cams on the property being checked or anything like that, which always has been a question for me. If Paul was getting all these vile threats on social media, why would you not have cameras all over the place on that property? But maybe that's why they didn't.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
Because
right. I think about my house. I've got cameras everywhere. I don't really like it, but I do. They're all over the place, like for security. And, it's like you can buy these things on Amazon these days. They're not that expensive,
Right.
Okay, next question. Kristen Reynolds from YouTube. We already did that one. Tammy Craig from Twitter. Will any media be allowed at Moselle? Yes, media was allowed this morning. There was one pool reporter, a pool videographer, and a still photographer. So if we don't have those images, we should be getting them soon. We may already have those. We do have those images, so we'll get those out to you. Jigsaw Press from YouTube. Would Alex have continued to lie if the kennel video had not surfaced? That's a good question, Linda.
That's the whole case, isn't it? The cases come down to little things. I always I teach this, and that kennel video is where that jury is going to start. And I think where that jury is going to end. Yes, the kennel video is extremely important. He didn't know about it. And until he had to confront it in court, that was the first time many people had heard him say anything. Now, what's interesting is because he doesn't have a duty under the Fifth Amendment to come forward. But once you gave a statement to the police, the fact that you omitted saying things in that statement does come forward. And anything you said to your family, your friends comes forward. And then once you testify, of course, you're under cross-examination. So, and he gave a new statement.
I've said the kennel video is everything to the state's case. I mean, they may not believe that, but I believe it is. I think it's such a big, huge piece of their case. Do you think that Alec Murdaugh would have continued to lie about it had it not been discovered? Because we still had Rogan Gibson saying he was 99% sure he heard Alec's voice on that call with Paul right before he took that video.
Yeah, he would have kept lying because he only lied until he got caught, which is kind of the common theme with Alec Murdaugh, right? I think the Rogan Gibson thing might have had some weight with the jury, but this is a recording where everybody heard it for themselves. So it's not hearsay that, oh yeah, I think I might have heard him. We have him on video. And I think that the little detective left a couple of final clues before he was brutally murdered with the Snapchat video and the kennel video, which I think, as you just said, everything in this case right now, if I'm on that jury.
Very ironic and very sad that the little detective recorded something that was in the final minutes of his life. It's awful. So he was intuitive, his father said. So, that was about the tale of Cash's. It was about Cash's tale, but it ended up being about a lot more than that. And the jury's going to have to decide whether Alec Murdaugh was there in the minutes following that video. All right, we are going to sign off, Gigi and I are, so we can get back into court. Closing arguments are set to resume very soon. So keep it right here. Linda Kenny-Bodden will be with you throughout the afternoon. And so we're signing off from here. I'm Anjanette Levy. You are watching Law and Crime. We'll be right back. Stay tuned.
I was just noticing on the bottom of the crawl below when they were talking that it said that the unsealed affidavits or warrants on the Idaho 4 case. And I started watching a little bit of that coverage mid live stream. Couldn't really follow it, meant to go back and lost track of it. So does anybody know what was on the warrants that or affidavits? I'm not sure which it said. Anyway, the new stuff that came out yesterday, because I haven't had a chance to see that yet. Yeah, I was busy yesterday with end of the month stuff and finally talking to the court clerk for Box Elder County about Jim Brenner. So let's see. Let's Google Murdaugh and see what we come up with. We have 159,000 watching Law and Crime, 4.8 watching WMAZ. Oh, no, that one's not. Oh, yes, that is live. 32,000 watching WLTX. And another 32 watching another channel for WLTX. And we have 3,000 on ABC, 3.8 on USA Today, 1.2 on CBS, 5.4 on WCNC, and that doesn't include the regular suspects on YouTube content creators. So let's see what is new for today. It doesn't look like there's that much new, aside from some drone video showing the crime scene, but we've seen that before, so not a big deal. Experts duel over Paul's murder. I was watching commentary from Bruce Rivers, who has a YouTube channel. He's a defense attorney, and he called him Alex Murdaugh.
Thank you for coming back to the Law and Crime Network. I'm Linda Kenny Bodwell. We are covering the closing argument in the case of Alec Murdaugh, was something you've all been waiting for. Creighton Waters started it for the prosecution this morning. He said Alec Murdaugh had the motive, he had the means, he had the opportunity, and the forensic timeline put it there. The family weapons put him there, and his lies and guilty actions they're going to discuss later this afternoon. So why don't we listen to Creighton Waters set up what he's going to tell the jury after they come back from their lunch break.
Alex's situation, I think, is akin to a Ponzi. A Ponzi's kind of like a pyramid scheme where it depends on new money investors, and it works. It'll work for a long time as long as you can keep that money coming in. But the second you can't, the second that you're out of options, it crashes and burns. That's how every Ponzi crashes and burns. And that's the situation that fundamentally his finances were like. And that's the situation that was arriving in June of 2021 when he was at the scene with the victims minutes before they died and lied to everyone he would listen about. A gathering storm. The boat case, other factors that were arising, each one leading to that inevitable day of reckoning. You had the trial lawyers conference where he was confronted. Mark Tinsley was confronted by Alec. Alec, of course, denied it. Everybody's lying on Alec. Alec's telling you the truth, even though everyone who knew him had no idea who he was. Everyone. No one knew who he really was. The hearing is scheduled for June 10th, 2021. And no one's here to argue to you that it's definitely going to be granted. All we're arguing to you is what the witnesses said they were intending to do. And as you've seen in court over the past 6 weeks, things happen and a process starts. And once that process starts, there's a conclusion to it. There's a conclusion to that. And then you heard from Tony Satterfield, who got up on the stand and talked about the fact that there was some coverage about this case as we move into the spring of 2021. And he hears from Alec, and Alec lies to him and says, yeah, we're hoping to get this case moving. And you saw the text message to that effect when the reality was that it had already been stolen. How's he going to pay that, ladies and gentlemen? That's millions of dollars. It's millions of dollars. And eventually, they're going to figure out that this money's already been paid. The insurance company thinks it's gone in the right place. At some point, the question is going to get asked, and that alone is going to break everything apart.
A picture of the gathering storm. I hope the photographer got some credit. Let me bring in my great guest, who I love speaking with, and he can also follow him on Twitter. It's Bob Motto. Bob Motto. He does Defense Diaries, and I think you're at Defense Diaries on Twitter, Bob, right?
Yeah, at Defense
Diaries at Twitter.
Hi, Linda.
You really should follow him. Okay, you and I back and forth on this case. Sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree, but I want you to give me your thoughts on Creighton Waters' closing.
Frustrated a little bit, frankly. I get that mode. But first portion of the closing only inning. I just think effective. Obviously I am anticipating that he's going to come in after lunch and tie them together. If he's not, I'll be absolutely stunned. So that seems to be in terms of trying to create a nexus between motive and what the actual crimes were. He's here to decide whether he's innocent or guilty of. But at the end of the day, to me, I just felt that he was pounding over and over what the jury already knows. Thief. The situation we have where no one else could have done this. There's 10 minutes that the defense didn't challenge their timeline at all. So, I mean, at this point, we all believe, at least, and I came in thinking that the timeline was going to be stretched out past 9 o'clock, and it just wasn't. So we know Murdaugh was there when they were killed.
Interesting, because from viewpoint, I will put it on the record now. I do. The jury is going to convict Alec Murdaugh. All right, but I would be surprised that a jury because of the way the crime scene completely handled. But one of the things, and I quite frankly, I want to get your thoughts. I don't think it matters to the jury whether or not Paul was shot in the back of the head, the front of the head, because they're going to say he has a spatter on him. Alec Murdaugh cleaned up. I mean, that was my viewpoint anyhow. But talk to me about this. The count video in this case.
That little, unfortunately, at this point, by taking that little video, because it put his father, and it's really taking your way out of why I lied about that. And then, the other thing is that he never produced the clothes. The fact that seen again. Aside from anything else, just the fact that those clothes seem to have disappeared off the face of the earth, it's pretty damning.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was expecting almost a Perry Mason moment. Here are the clothes. Here are the shoes. And it didn't happen because only he could have controlled those. Anyhow, we're going to take a quick break, Bob. We'll see where we are. I believe the jury is on their way into court, but we'll be back in that courtroom on the other side, or we'll be with Bob. Either way, you win as a viewer.
Welcome, like totally. Says not guilty based on his behavior during the 911. And now I do think he hired someone or they got killed because of his drug problem and upcoming boat crash trial. I think that he is a master manipulator, as we saw in the interviews, him denying being there and so forth. So I'm not sure that I agree. I do think it's possible he hired someone, but we don't really have any evidence of a third party. But if there was a second gunman, I do think that it could have been somebody hired or Cousin Eddie or who knows. I don't think it was because of his that they got killed because of his drug problem, but I think the boat crash was the catalyst for the murders. So I'd have to agree on that point. Let's see. Oh, here we are. Back to court. Yay.
We bring the jury.
I have to say.
The jury is present, sir. Thank you. You may continue.
May it please the court, Your Honor. All right. Hope everybody had a good lunch. Motive, means, opportunity, guilty acts. That's the basic way you determine identity. So let's talk a little bit now about means, the tools to commit the crime. Family weapons were used to commit this crime. And this is forensic evidence that was presented to you. First of all, we'll talk about the blackout. And you've heard testimony that there were 2 blackouts purchased in December of 16. And that one went missing around Halloween of 17, years prior to murders, and that a replacement without a thermal scope was bought in April of 2018. 3 blackouts that the defendant purchased. can only account for one of them. And it's this third blackout, which is the one that's at issue. You heard from Paul's friend, Will Loving. And first of all, let me say this. You heard the defendant in his various statements, and he's very concerned about saying that they didn't have a blackout. There was no blackout along with them, even though he slipped up once and said, yeah, we were out looking for hogs. And you heard from his law partners that do the same thing, saying, yeah, you can look for hogs in the daytime. Very, very concerned early on in the statements and saying they didn't have the blackout, they just had a .22 pistol. And he also said, eventually, he's like, well, I think I replaced it. Well, I guess I replaced it. I'm certain I replaced it if you listen to his various statements. Very vague and fuzzy about this third blackout. Until the friends, Paul's friends, both of whom testified, but Will Loving in particular. And what did Will Loving say? The defendant said the gun went missing around Christmas time of 2020, but Will Loving said, no, I was with Paul. I was with Paul in turkey season, which is in the spring. I was with Paul in turkey season, and we sat out at the steps right outside the house that y'all went to today, right on that side entrance that goes into the gun room. And if you look down, you can see how they were digging a pond and how you could fire down in that area. And they set up some targets sighted in. And we were shooting that other gun. We were shooting that other gun, that replacement gun. And it had a red dot sight on it. Not a thermal scope, but a red dot. A red dot, which is not good at shooting at night. But they were shooting it and sighting it in with the red dot, the tan gun. He was with Paul while they were shooting that gun right there. And what did Jeff Croft, who testified before you, find right there? Weathered cases or casings. Weathered cases right where Will said he and Paul were shooting that gun just a couple months prior to the murders. S&B 147 grain blackout rounds. And those rounds and empty boxes, and the pictures are in evidence, and the rounds are in evidence, were found all over that property. S&B 147 grain blackout. There were full clips found, there were empty boxes found, and there were also cases found, S&B 147 grain blackout rounds found across the street at their shooting house. Two separate locations on the property. But what's really important, again, goes back to what Will said. I was with Paul when we shot that replacement gun right there. Right there. And you heard forensic scientist Paul Greer testify that the 6 cases, items 2 through 7, the 6 cases found around Maggie that killed her, were loaded into, extracted, and ejected through the same firearm that fired those weathered cases right outside the door where y'all went to today and at the shooting range across the street. A family blackout killed Maggie. It was present just a couple months prior to the murders, and it's gone now. It's gone now. A family weapon the defendant cannot account for killed Maggie. But what about the shotgun? The 12-gauge shotgun that was loaded with 1 Federal double-aught buck and 1 dry-lock #2 steel shot. Well, first of all, you heard that the 2 weapons that Paul often favored and often carried were this shotgun right here and the blackout.
Those were his two guns, his favorite guns, aside from his deer rifle. The defendant had that gun with him when Daniel Green, the first deputy on the scene, showed up. And shotguns, as you heard, are a little bit different than rifles. And the conclusion there was that the two fired shells that were inside the feed room that killed Paul had class characteristics similar with that Benelli, Super Black Eagle 3, but insufficient individual identifying marks to either match or exclude it. That shotgun right there. But what else did you hear about the shotguns? Paul had this Benelli Super Black Eagle 3. That was his gun. Camo print, camo strap. Nolan Tootin, Nathan Tootin, Will Loving, Rogan, all identified that as Paul's gun. It's the one that Alec had. It's got Maggie's DNA and blood on the receiver. You heard from the DNA expert. And it was loaded with 12 gauge and a 16 gauge misloaded round. What else did you hear? You also heard about the Super Black Eagle 2. And you heard from Nolan and Nathan that this was Buster's gun. This is Black Eagle that had the Mojo sticker on it. And that was recovered during SLED's search of the residence the next day. What else did you hear? You heard from Nathan and Nolan that the defendant's favorite gun was a Super Black Eagle 1. Remember Nathan going through each one of these guns and how knowledgeable he was as to the differences between them? SLED search Moselle for every 12 gauge. No Super Black Eagle 1. Family weapons. Family weapons killed these victims. And on top of that, just like the S&B 147, well, not as much, but they're in evidence, Federal double-aught buck and the Winchester Drylock steel 2-shot rounds were recovered at various locations on the property. What does that mean? We talked about motive, means. The defendant had the means to commit these crimes. At the beginning of the case, I talked to you about some of the evidence that you would hear, and I held up my cell phone. And there's been a lot of that evidence, but the last witness you heard in the state's case in chief was Peter Rudolski, and he went through that timeline. And what does it show? We've gone motive, means, opportunity. Opportunity to commit the crime. And what does this timeline show? These are all the information, the various sources of information that were in this timeline. And let's look at what it shows. First thing right here is that the defendant arrived at Moselle at 6:42. Now, I'll say one thing. You've heard a lot of testimony about what he said about times. What time he got home, what time he went to the office, how long he was at Alameda.
Certainly, people can have some variability in assessing that. But he almost never was right. Almost never was right. 6:42, he arrives at Moselle. Paul, according to his extraction, gets there about 7:04. And about 7:03, we see the defendant steps registering on his phone. And then over the next 30 minutes or so, we see a symmetry, general symmetry between the steps between Paul's phone and Alex's phone, as he described, walking the property. At 7:39, we have creation of the Snapchat video that had the clothes on it. When that ultimately was recovered and you saw the interview, it was shown to the defendant, who had provided his clothes that night. And at the first time, then he started talking about changing his clothes, and we'll talk more about that later. Again, 7:55 to 8:05, we have some symmetry with the steps. We have Paul Murdaugh's battery life, and you heard from the experts that have reviewed Paul's usage, that like many kids his age, he's constantly flirting with it being low, but that doesn't stop him from using it, and you see that in the evidence in this case as well. 7:56, again, that's when Paul sends the Snapchat to his friends. And then at 8:08, we see Paul leave the kennel area at 8:06, and 8:08 make his way down to the residence. (8:05 to 8:09). Around that time that Paul is getting there at 8:08, that's the last step activity on Alex's phone. And it's the last step activity until 9:02, which we'll talk about in a minute. Alex's phone pretty much goes with no activity for that time period. And also he has no cell activity from 6:52 to 9:04, which is right in that time period we'll talk about in a little bit. So, eating dinner. You heard the defendant talk about eating dinner. Paul is at that residence, if you look right here, from 8:14 down to 8:35. And again, that timeline exhibit, there's a big one and then there's a condensed one. And all of this is in there in evidence for y'all to look at. He's at that residence from 8:14 to 8:35. Now, the defendant, again, despite having a photographic memory, a new photographic memory about things that he told y'all that people are hearing for the first time, still can't remember specific things about Maggie's activities, as to when Maggie arrived, as to what they talked about. He can remember dropping his phone down in the console, but he can't remember things like that. He wants to remember things that help him try to explain to you why he never told the truth about maybe the most important thing he could tell law enforcement. But he can remember very specific details. He still gets this wrong. But she arrives at 8:17 in Moselle. They're already there. How do we know that? Because her cell phone disconnects from her Mercedes at 8:17, and that's when she starts showing steps. Then Paul, what's he doing? He's still using his phone like always. We see the battery life, but he's still sending snaps. He's receiving snaps, bless you. He's sending to his friends, all these friends right here. He's receiving these snaps all during that time from 8:17 to 8:30, continuing to communicate with his friends, using his phone like always. And then what happens? About 8:30, Maggie's phone registers some steps.
And consistent with that, consistent with her and Paul going down to the kennels, riding down to the kennels, we see Paul's Murdaugh's phone start showing steps. And then down here at 8:38, he's in that kennel area where those dots are. And if you look at that particular slide from 8:38 to 8:44, that's going to be the last GPS reading on Paul's phone, 8:44. You heard from Rogan. And you've heard from Rogan as it references this timeline. And Rogan tells you and told you from that witness stand that he was having a conversation with Paul about cash and the dog's tail. They were having an active conversation about that. Paul calls Rogan at 8:40 and they're talking about it. And Rogan says, send me a FaceTime, but if it doesn't work, send me a video. At 8:44, 4 minutes and 14 seconds, we have right here the FaceTime, but it only lasts 11 seconds. And then at 8:44:55, that's when the kennel video was recorded that lasts 50 seconds. At the beginning of this investigation, as you'll recall the testimony, they didn't have Paul's password and couldn't get in. And you heard in the defendant's August 11th statement that when he was asked about Rogan saying he may have heard Alec on the phone during this time, he said, well, I'd be surprised if that were the case. Because law enforcement didn't have this kennel video. They didn't have this kennel video until April of 2022, when Paul's phone was finally unlocked. And that changed everything. Why did it change everything? Opportunity. Being at the scene of the crime when the murders occurred. Opportunity. And more importantly, exposing the defendant's lies about the most important thing he could have told law enforcement. When was the last time I saw my wife and child alive? Why in the world would an innocent, reasonable father and husband lie about that? And lie about it so early? He didn't know that was there. And he could always say, well, Rogan must be mistaken. I'm surprised. Not if my times are right, was what he said. Rogan told you, I was expecting that video right there. That was supposed to be the next thing that happened. Send me the video because we were worried about Cash the dog's tail. He talked about how his girlfriend was going to call a veterinarian, or she had some association with one. It was an active conversation going on right then and right there. And what's going on still? Paul's still also texting his friends. You might recall that in opening statement, the defense counsel said, oh, he was texting after that video for 10 minutes. It's not for 10 minutes. It's for barely a minute. Down here, 8:48:58 to 8:49:01. That's the last time that Paul's phone was unlocked. And what do we know? We know that the defendant was there just minutes earlier at the scene of the crime with the victims. (8:49)
01, Paul's phone locks. He never sends that video to Rogan. You heard Rogan say that when he watched that video. You heard him say, that's the video I was supposed to receive. That friend was supposed to say. In fact, we're 49.5. You can get a good parent. We know that it's a vet. Tell him to sit and stay, and he shouldn't move around. No, this is a Paul never. What happened at 8:49? 49:01 for Paul. 8:49:31. Reads. Respond about Mr. It was never unlocked again until it's recovered the next day. Down here. 6'8" at 110. $849 for both of them. The defendant, after hearing multiple individuals of his family and friends and law partners get on the stand and listen to that video and say, that's him on that video, got on the stand for the first time and said, okay, I was there. He was forced into doing what he does all the time, and that's coming up with a new lie when he's confronted with evidence he can no longer deny. And the only reason he did that is because all those witnesses at that witness stand said, yeah, that's him. He's there. Why would he lie about that, ladies and gentlemen? Why would he even think to lie about that if he were an innocent man? Why would he even think about that? But he got on the stand and he's told you a story, and we're going to talk more about that story in a minute. But his story was that he didn't want to go down there, and then he went down there, and he went down there really quick and got carried the chicken and went straight back, and he can't remember anything about what he talked about with Maggie. He can't remember their conversation at dinner, but he's dadgum sure about the fact that he went down there and went straight back. But even if you give him the benefit of the doubt, his story doesn't make sense, because that kennel video is 50 seconds. It's over at 8:45:45. Even if you give him the benefit of the doubt that he could take care of the chicken and maybe the fastest dog and chicken chase ever, and put that chicken up and not say a word to Maggie and Paul and get on that golf cart and drive all the way back to the house, where does that put you? It puts you right at 8:49. At which point he claims he went inside and he managed to doze for a second. Then he's up at 9:02, perhaps the quickest nap ever. It doesn't make sense, ladies and gentlemen. It's a new story to fit facts he can no longer deny. From a person who not a single person who was close to him knew who he really was. Not a single person close to him hadn't been lied to by this man. And I would submit to you that this one is the most blatant one yet. And we'll talk more about that in a second. What happened at 8:49? Y'all been to the scene. That feed room door is probably a bit tighter than this. But you saw the evidence from Kenny Kinsey
and all the rest of them, that clearly Paul was in the middle of that feed room. It's a kill zone. Nobody in there with him. He's in that room. No defensive wounds at all. His hands are down. And he takes that shot, buckshot to the chest. And any person who did that would probably think that took care of business, because this buckshot, but for some reason he was canted this way and it went through. It was 1,000,001 shot. That it didn't kill him. Alec thought it did. Alec, the lawyer, Alec, the prosecutor, Alec, who's thinking through that we'll see he's manufacturing an alibi, and he's also manufacturing the fact that there's 2 guns used. But we know, unlike the expert they call from Connecticut, where they can't even get ARs, he doesn't know about people riding around on property. He doesn't know about Paul and the 2 guns he likes to use. He doesn't know about this family and how common those guns are together. Says, well, his only conclusion is, oh, it would be practical for somebody just to fire out the clip. But this is him. This is Alec, the prosecutor, the lawyer, and he's thinking through this. He's thought through this. He's going to use 2 guns because it's going to confuse people that perhaps there were 2 shooters. But again, it doesn't make sense. 2 family weapons? But he thinks Paul's shot. And you heard the testimony that Paul appears in the feed room doorway. Is Alex putting down that shotgun to pick up the blackout and is startled by Paul? And that's why the angle's like that? And catches Paul like that? And goes up into the ceiling, as you've heard the testimony from Kinsey, and blows his brains out. And what happens with Maggie right here? We see activity on Maggie's phone. You heard about sandal prints. You heard from Kenny Kinsey about the mark on her leg from the Polaris over there by the overhang next to the feed room. You've seen the diagrams and the crime scene photos that all those cases are in that area between the doorway to the feed room and where Maggie was found. You heard that Maggie had no defensive wounds. You also heard Paul and sibling from that first shot, a close range shot, with no indication that he detected a threat from the person who fired that weapon. And why? Because it was him. Same with Maggie, because Maggie sees what happens and she comes running over there, running to her baby. Probably the last thing on her mind, thinking that it was him who had done this, she's running to her baby while he's picked up the blackout and opens fire at close range, again with no defensive wounds. And she takes those 2 shots that you heard Dr. Reamer say were parallel, and it crumples her over. In those cases, you can see them move around. And takes that shot that goes through here, and she goes down flat. And then there's the shot in the back of the head. Malice? Is that malice, ladies and gentlemen? Is that malice to do that? Is that intentional harm to another with a bad intent, with an evil intent to do those things? Clearly, I submit to you. Clearly, it's malicious. Clearly, it's malicious. She was running to her baby, heard that shot, and was running to her baby when she got mowed down by the only person that we have conclusive proof was at that scene just minutes before, and who lied about that very fact until he could no longer do it to you last week. Alec told you he went down there in the golf cart. We'll talk about this a little bit, but they had their expert come up here with the 5'2" people and all the rest of it. Be sitting in a golf cart. But he comes up in the golf cart. But what we don't see, as I said before, is any activity on his phone until 9:02. The crime occurred around 8:49 to 8:53. Down there at the feed room, State's Exhibit 516. It's just a diagram. Remember that Roger Dale Davis did about the kennels and the hose there and how it wasn't put up the way he would put it up? If you're going to wash off real quick, what better place to do it? The water, the pictures of the water in states 199 and 190. It wouldn't take long to strip down and wash yourself off. Get in that cart and head back to the house. And then at 9:02, the defendant over there, who wouldn't even admit until forced to that he was even at the scene, all of a sudden, he is as busy as he has ever been. 9:02 to 9:06, 283 steps. 9:03, we see the system start up on the car, and that could mean that he's close by the car. Has he returned with Maggie's phone and placed it in that car? And then what do we see from 9:02 to 9:06? Not only is he 283 steps in that 4-minute period, but he is making calls like crazy. And I asked him, I said, what were you doing? What were you doing? And even though he has a photographic memory about things that he thinks will convince you, he could not answer what he's doing during this 4-minute period that is so illustrating of what we're talking about here. That for 4 minutes, he is not only going 283 steps. This is a defense exhibit, defense 156. (283 steps), and they put in the distance. We heard the distance isn't as accurate, but it illustrates the point. That's 208 meters. Meter, roughly is a yard, a little bit more, a little bit less. I don't remember, but let's say it's 600 feet. It's a lot. And he couldn't remember what he was doing. I asked him, you been on a treadmill? Were you doing jumping jacks? What were you doing at the same time you're calling all these phones? Why is he calling multiple times? We can see right here. He calls Maggie. He calls Randolph. He calls Maggie again. All of that 4-minute period where he's moving around. But he couldn't remember what he was doing. Just getting ready. Is the prosecutor, the lawyer, manufacturing his alibi? Because he knows he's got to get to Alameda quick. He's got to compress those timelines, and that's exactly why he knew to lie about being at the kennels to start with. He's got to compress those timelines so that it would convince whoever down the road that he couldn't have done it. He's got to compress them. And that's why he's doing all that right then and there. System startup, 9:05:56 in the Suburban. And then, this is interesting, Maggie's phone has that orientation change to portrait 2 seconds before Alex's second call goes in to her phone. If it's some random vigilante who knew to hide out there and counted on Family Guns being there, did he have ESP? Did he have ESP to move that? Or was that Alec turning the phone as he got to the Suburban, checking as he manufactured his alibi that it was coming through? And And we saw how quickly out of the gate when law enforcement arrived and in his first interview, how he's immediately referring to his phone. And besides that, you've heard about Alec. You heard from witnesses. He went down to the kennels, but he didn't take his phone. Is that also the lawyer and the prosecutor making sure his phone was not with them when he went down there? You heard testimony it would be unusual for him not to take that phone down to the kennels. And then he gets underway. With this call right here too. All those calls, all those steps, when his phone finally goes active, just minutes after he was at the scene with the victims and he lied about it and he's so busy. But let's take him at his word again. Why in the world, if he's calling her so much, if he's so busy and so concerned to call her as many times as that in a 4-minute period, why would he not just drive by the kennels? Why would he not just drive down there to say, hey Max, I'm going to Alameda. What you guys doing? Hey, Paul, you want to go? Why is he so busy and making so many calls but doesn't drive the less than a minute down there to see what they're up to? Why would he not do that? And you've heard testimony from Marion. You even heard it from the defendant's own mouth about whether or not Maggie was going to go with him to Alameda, that Alec had actually asked her to come home that night, which he denies, and said in his statement that he found out later that that was the case, that you saw the text from Blanca, and you heard from Marion that Maggie to come home that night. Make sure of it. Malice? With all of that, why would he not just turn and drive down there? Just take a golf cart. Why would he not drive down there? Why is he so anxious to have Miss not drive down there? About the same general time period that he lied to until he tried to tell you what he told you from the stand last week. Right here, he Suburban connects to the Alex's iPhone. He calls Maggie at 9:06:52, and he's getting in the Suburban right at that time. Maggie's backlight goes off from 9:07 to 9:31, and you've heard the testimony from the various experts about the backlight. And then he leaves Moselle Road at 9:07:06. All of this is fitting together. He's on the move. 8:06. He's right here doing 42 miles an hour, and there's Maggie's phone location. And then 9:08:42, he's just past it. And at 9:08:58, just 20 seconds after he's almost at that location, he texts Maggie's phone and says, going to check on him, be right back. That text was unread. Now, there's been a lot of discussion from all the experts about the backlight issue. And every single one of them said that there's a lot of variables about that light coming on. Every single one of them said it's not going to record an orientation change unless that light is on. And you heard from each one of the experts about those variables and about the fact that there's no guarantee that it's going to come on or not come on. And you heard from Paul McManigal about that issue. And they cross-examined him about that and all the rest of it, but it's just a common sense determination about how iPhones work, about how they work. That raised awake feature is set for actual somebody lifting it up in the normal course. It is not set to respond necessarily to violent motion like flipping it. And every single expert testified to that. Every single one of them did. And then, besides that, you'd have to accept the fact that Alec is driving by just moments prior to that time. All of these circumstances would have to go the other way of the reasonable inferences in this case. Paul McManigal got up there and testified as to these issues and as to the fact that there's no guarantee, in fact, more likely than not, that if the phone is violently thrown or flipped or flipped or whatever, it's not going to light up. And that's consistent with what every other expert said. (9:07 to 9:22). The defendant's on the way to Alameda, and you heard testimony from Mr. Rudolph about this, from Agent Rudolph. He's hitting 74 miles an hour at night on that particular route. What's he in a hurry about? That's faster than he drove to work. Why is he in a hurry? Because he knows he has to compress that timeline. And then along the way, he's manufacturing the alibi by making these short calls. 60 seconds. He calls Chris Wilson. He calls John Marvin. Chris Wilson calls him back. He's on the phone the entire way. Does he say to any of them, hey, I can't get Maggie on the phone? Say anything like that? They're very short. He doesn't talk about much. And then we get down here at 9:20, there's a 131-second call, which means that call is over at 9:22:45, and that's also when we see the vehicle go into park. That's when we have the arrival at Alameda as well. And you heard from defense witnesses that, well, people would park around back right there. Okay. It's also, though, near these structures. There's that line right there. But what do we see? From 9:22 to 9:32, we've got 195 steps taken. We have him calling Libby Murdaugh, which would be calling the house 2 minutes later. And then from there, we have at 9:31 and 9:32, we have system startups on the Suburban, which you've heard from the experts could be from having that remote key in your pocket and walking near the car. 9:22 to 9:32 is the steps, and 9:31, you've got two system startups. And what did you hear from Shelley? That he called, but it still took a number of minutes before he came in. And that's about 6 minutes right there. Meanwhile, what's he so busy right there at Alameda? Meanwhile, Rogan is trying to call his friend to no avail. He tries to message Maggie. Tell Paul to call me. Neither one of them can respond. Still a busy guy at Alameda. 9:35 to 9:45, we've got 60 steps. We've also got another at 9:36, around the beginning of that time period, another hit on the system startup. 9:36 to 9:41. Down here, about a 5-minute period, we've got another hit. And then at 9:43:05,
the Suburban moves out of park. He's not there very long. And he's moving around a lot, and he's sitting off that car while he's at Alameda. He told law enforcement multiple stories about his trip there. You heard Miss Shelley Smith talk about that. You heard her talk about him trying to tell her how long he had been there. He says he was just trying to tell her the truth, but that's not how she felt. And Blanca didn't feel the same way when he tried to talk to her about what he was wearing that night. Both of these being people that's worked for that family for a long time. But he's a busy guy during all of this. Leaving Alameda, we have the pause. 9:44, and no seconds to 9:44 and 54 seconds. And that's during the time period that Alec calls that phone of Maggie's again. This is the time period where he remembered, because I asked him on cross, and he remembered very specifically about his phone falling down on the console and that whole story. Is that true, ladies and gentlemen? Or is he coming up with some details on the fly when he can't remember more important things, like what was the last conversation you had with your wife and child when you jetted down to the kennels and back? What did y'all talk about at dinner? What were you doing from 9:02 to 9:06? Those are questions he doesn't want to answer. But would a reasonable person remember those things? Would they not replay in their mind every day the last conversations that they had? Why would you remember that console story? Because he lies convincingly and easily, and he can do it at the drop of the hat, and you've heard testimony about that. He's been doing it to all the people who trust him for years. And he did it to y'all. He's manufacturing an alibi. He's smart. He's a good lawyer. His family has a history of prosecution. He understands these issues. That's why this case is a case that had to be figured out this particular way, because he knows what to do to try to prevent evidence from being gathered. And if you listen to his statements again and listen to the questions he asks, he's asking questions like that. He's trying to figure out, what do the police have? What do they know? He's a prosecutor trying to manufacture his alibi, and we see this again. He calls Paul. He sends a text, "Call me, babe." Of course, none of that's read or responded to. And then in 9:52:15, he calls Chris Wilson, "Call me if you up. Call me if you up." And Chris calls back, and they chat for about 2 minutes, including the connection time. 2 minutes. And what does Chris Wilson say? Well, he says it was a normal conversation. Well, of course it is with this guy. He's convincing. But what does Chris say? The only thing that they talked about was Chris bringing up some case. And then Alec was like, "Hey, I got to go. I'm at Alameda." Did Alex say, "Hey, I'm trying to get home. I can't get Maggie on the phone. I've called her like 6 times. Paul won't answer either"? Did Alex say, he said, "Call me if you up"? Did Chris say that Alex said, "I got to ask you a question or let's talk about this"? No, Chris brought up some case, and it was mundane. It was mundane. It's manufacturing an alibi. He's calling anybody who will answer the phone for these short conversations, and it's one of the first things out of his mouth in the first interview. "Look at my phone. I called this person, I called this person, I called this person, I called this person." He's manufacturing this alibi. Also, throughout all of this relevant time period, you see from the Dillon Hightower extraction, you'll see that over and over again, all these call logs that are deleted from the extraction. They're deleted, which occurred on June 10th.
What's up with that? On the way back, these are defense exhibits 141 and 142. Rolling pretty heavy at 75 to get there. And I'm sure the defense will point out that that 80 miles an hour was the peak. Still running pretty good there. What's he in a hurry about? Doing 80 miles an hour. At 9:51:42, rolling 80 when he texts Chris, call me if you're up. His peak speed when he's texting that. 10:01, he arrives at Alameda, and this is going to be important. Rogan, of course, is trying to call Paul, and he texts Paul, yo, which is unread, but hits Paul's phone. And then he gets to, says Alameda, sorry about that, that's obviously. It gets there, he's shifting in and out of park from 2200, which is 10 o'clock, to 10:01:43. He's calling Maggie at 10:03:58. And then at 10:05:06, he leaves for the kennels. At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels about a minute later. Make it a minute in a Suburban. How long is it going to take in a golf cart? At 10:05:57, he arrives at the kennels. And 10:06:14 is the 911 call. Now, there's a lot of back and forth with him about that, but in his statements, with what he told his law partners, that he went in great detail over about his activities that night, including lying to them about ever going to the kennels. He was very clear that he got out of the car and went and checked Paul and Maggie. One time he said to see if they're breathing, another time to say just check a pulse. You've seen the horrific injuries they'd suffered. 19 seconds. Is that enough time for a surprised human being to come across that scene, process what they are seeing? Get out of the car. Go over there. Check both those bodies and then call 911. He's changed the story now yet again because he's confronted with this evidence. The reason why it's so quick is because he knew exactly what scene he was going to find. 19 seconds. During that 911 call, and you can hear it on the 911 call, he leaves for the residence from 10:11 to 10:14, and you can see the map points on there. And those are the speeds on the Suburban on those trips. Took just under a minute, doing 35 and 30 miles an hour. So think about that when you go back to his story about a casual trip down to the kennels in the golf cart, and you look at his times that he's trying to convince you of. (10:17), he gets off the 911 call. He calls Randy. He calls Randy again. He calls John Marvin. And then we see at 10:20 and 8 seconds, Paul's phone reflect that auto lock thing that could be, as you heard from the testimony, it not recognizing a face. And this is interesting. As we'll see over the next few slides, he spends a whole lot of time trying to call Rogan Gibson. He told you, oh, well, he's a good boy. He lives down the street. He lives close by. He's calling Rogan before he calls many of his family, before he calls Buster.
multiple times. And those texts would have come in on Paul's phone. What's he so concerned about? He said he turned Paul over and his cell phone popped out. This is a sealed exhibit. I'm not going to name it. Popped out. Manufacturing an alibi, concerned about the evidence. Worried about what Rogan may have known or may have heard. I'll put it down. Can I have this back, please? I'm sorry, Mr. Sheriff. Thank you, Mr. Sheriff. There, 1024. iMessages, call me, 1025. 1029, 1025, the first deputy's on scene. 1029, calling Randy. 1030, Rogan again. And then finally at 1034 is when Paul's phone powers on. Opportunity. Motive, means, and opportunity. Guilty conscience. I've already kind of talked about these, so I'm not going to belabor the point, but you heard from Blanca Simpson. Blanca Simpson said he was wearing like a polo shirt when he left. Wearing this shirt in the Vinnie Vine, she recognized both of those. He, of course, turned over the T-shirt that he was wearing when law enforcement arrived. And then you heard Blanca say he later tried to convince her that he was wearing a Vinnie Vine shirt. 3 shirts in one day. And the fourth one he tried to get Blanca to say. And you heard her testimony. She felt very uncomfortable by that. Multiple changes of shoes in the day. He wouldn't be wearing those shoes if he were out riding the property. I've already mentioned the text from Maggie that Alec wants me to come home, but he can't even be clear about that point because that doesn't fit with his narrative. Marion Proctor says the same thing, but he can't admit that because that doesn't fit with his narrative. She was surprised that Maggie didn't go along to Alameda. And then she said, Alec made an interesting comment, one of many, some of which came from that stand that we'll talk about in a little bit. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. Why would he say that? Because he told you that it was just random vigilantes from the boat case, of which there is no evidence whatsoever that you've seen in this record. Trials depend on evidence. There has to be evidence to make a decision. And his claims trying to manufacture something about the Babe case, there's been no evidence whatsoever of any specific other individual. There has to be evidence to consider, not just mere allegations that have no basis in any sort of evidence. Whoever did this thought about it for a really long time. I think if you think about the defendant's statements and some of the things he says, a lot of times he says things in one context, but he means them in another. When he says things like, I hurt the ones I love the most. We talked about Shelley.
after Randolph's funeral. He shows up early. She might have said Wednesday, but there was other information that Randolph's funeral was on Monday. But anyway, shows up with something blue, shows up early, wants to come in, goes and moves some vehicles. And then there's that raincoat, huge raincoat. She calls it a tarp, but it's a huge raincoat. And it's got a ton of GSR on the inside. And it's found in a closet upstairs. Stakes 411. He was a busy guy at Alameda, as we just saw. Was moving around, kept hitting off of his Suburban. And then, of course, as you heard, he was with family for the next few days. After the funeral, he's back. And it was weird enough and interesting enough that Shelley said something about it. I'm also saying that in her experience, it was unusual for him to come that way. Then we have the defendant and his many statements. Went through a lot with the defendant, who told you that the reason why he was telling you this new story was because he was paranoid because he had a bag of pills in his pocket, because he had a distrust of SLED, because David Owen asked him about his relationship with Maggie. And his law partners told him that he should have an attorney present, which one is in here. One of his law partners is sitting in the back.
I understand. I totally understand. So you don't have any problem with it.
I asked him repeatedly, is this the point where you decided to lie? At which point did you decide to lie?
I hate to have to do this. I understand.
I mean to do that twice. Or was it this point when he first says, I was at the house?
I was at the house.
Or was this the point? He said, he mentioned specifically, and he kept adding factors, and one of the things was, well, Dave Owen asked me how my relationship was. This question, this is when he decided to lie?
Wonderful. I mean, I'm sure we had little things here and there, but we had a wonderful marriage, wonderful relationship.
But he digs in on the point.
What did you do today? Were you at the office or? No, I was home. I came home. Paul and I messed around. I was up at the house. I laid down, took a nap on the couch, probably, I don't know, 25, 30 minutes. I got up. I called Maggie. Didn't get an answer. And I left to go to my mom's. She had said,
This is June 8th at 1:21 in the morning. And he's admitted to you that he's lying right there. Look how easily he did it. About such a crucial thing.
and she's very good about answering the phone, so that was odd, or calling me back. So that was odd, but it wasn't that big a deal.
It was odd,
Not that big a deal, but again, he's enough to say it was odd. He's enough to make all those calls while he's doing 283 steps. How is he being treated? Is that something that makes somebody paranoid?
I'm a defendant in a civil case involving my son. I told you about the boat wreck.
Yes, sir.
And there were some motions coming up in that on Thursday, and I was mostly just getting ready for those things and then other junk.
Mentions the boat case.
Paul left.
And I'm assuming, Paul left because of,
Gotcha.
what happened. I mean, I'm assuming Paul went to the kennels.
Okay. And what did you do once Maggie and Paul left?
I stayed in the house.
Okay.
And I was watching TV, looking at my phone, and I actually fell asleep on the couch.
Okay. And what time did you?
I don't know exactly what time I woke up, but when y'all get my phone, I think one of the first things I did when I got up was call Maggie because I was going to my mom's. And I know I texted her because I checked my phone. And what time did we say the text was, Jim? It's like 9:06.
I didn't see it. Yeah, I got it written down for you.
I showed you the other night, didn't I?
Yes, sir. I got it.
So, I texted her. So I called her just before that. And I mean, she didn't answer at that point. And I left to go to my mom's.
So easy for him to do.
And you said you laid down and took a little nap, and when you got up, Maggie and Paul was gone, or did they leave when you laid down?
I believe that I'm not sure.
But they weren't there when you woke up around the 9 o'clock mark or so when you made the call to Maggie to let her know you joined.
No, nobody was in that house when I left.
Adding more detail, that's just lies. Watch how he responds to this one. Watch what his head does. See if you observe that yourself when he's over there looking you in your eyes and trying to convince you of something.
Trying to narrow that the last time that you saw Paul and Maggie's when y'all were eating supper.
Yes, sir.
When Paul's phone came out, did you just pick it up and put it on, place it back down on him, or?
Yeah, I did not try to open it or anything. I don't know how I had in my mind that I needed to not mess anything up. I had that,
Going to the third interview on August 11th.
And after dinner, Maggie and Paul went to the kennels, or?
I don't know exactly how that went. I stayed on the couch and I dozed off.
Video on Paul's phone of you and him on the farm that night. And you were in khaki pants and a dress shirt. You were playing with a tree.
I don't remember playing with a tree.
Yeah. I guess there was a tree sapling or something that was,
and falling over or bending over, and you were trying to get it to stand up. But I mean, the question in that is, when I met you that night, you were in shorts and a t-shirt. At what point in that evening did you change clothes?
I'm not sure. It would have been
Before dinner or after dinner?
No, it would have been. What time of day was that? I would have thought I'd already changed.
There is not a timestamp on it because there's so many posts. But I want to say it looks to be about dusk. So that would have been 7:30, 8 o'clock.
I guess I changed when I got back to the house.
I had some very specific recollections for y'all when he testified with his new story that had never been heard until last week.
Did he and I know that Rogan Gibson told me about the dog's tail and somebody saying his leg was broken?
Line right there. He was down at the kennels, shaking his head forward.
You were just down there with Paul. You left and went back to the house for dinner.
Paul and I were just knocking around up at the shop, the shed, the kennels, and just the whole property. And that was before dinner yesterday.
And you didn't go back down there after dinner until your return trip from visiting your mother.
Yes, sir.
I've got information that Paul was on the phone and Maggie was heard in the background and you were heard in the background. And that was prior to 9 p.m.
I heard Rogan Gibson ask me if I was up there. He said it was me.
Was it you?
At 9 o'clock?
Yes, sir.
No, sir. Not if my times are right.
It could have been.
I have no idea.
And Rogan's been around your family for pretty much all his life.
Oh, absolutely.
And he recognizes your voice, and you have a distinct voice. Do you think of anybody else that has a voice similar to yours that he may have misinterpreted?
No, sir. When we were talking, he had asked me that. So, he had told me that he thought I was up there.
Did that surprise you?
Yes, sir.
Come back to that. So I want to talk a little bit about the crime scene. What indicates? Realize everyone there will likely be sealed exhibits. I don't know quite yet. Proximity of the kennels to that residence back on June 7th, 2021. Could I have the Elmo, please? Could I have the PowerPoint back, please? There's not any images in the PowerPoint that I understood, but I do have these right here. All right, Dr. Reamer. You've heard from Dr. Reamer, you heard from Kenny Kinsey, and you heard from the defense experts. So, could I have the computer back? Paul, first blast to the chest, stippling, arms down, not fatal for a buckshot blast to the chest. This is where there was some dispute from the defense experts. The second injury went into the left shoulder, into the cheek, with an exit wound on the top of the head, with instantly fatal and terminal collapse. Dr. Reamer's done 5,500 autopsies. She does an independent autopsy. She actually physically examined the victim, and she was very clear that it could not have happened from the top without destroying Paul's face. And I can show the image again. I'm reluctant to because I know y'all have seen it enough. So I'll rely on y'all to recall that his face was intact. I'll rely on y'all to recall, and this is sealed, all the evidence up top here at the top of the door. I will rely on y'all to recall Kenny Kinsey's testimony that buckshot don't reverse course, that kinetics energy is going in one direction. I'll rely on y'all to recall all the biological matter that you see at the top of this door. I'll rely on y'all to recall, looking at states 339, which is the wadding from the shot to kill Paul. Because if you recall, the wadding from the chest shot was found still in his chest right here. This is the wadding on the ground from the shot to his head. And if one of the things that you recall from Dr. Reamer's testimony and looking at Paul's face was the abrasions around that cheek wound that came from the wadding as it entered there. You heard from Dr. Reamer that the reason for the shape on the shoulder was because it went along the shoulder and opened up that area there, but still was focused and then expanding as it entered in here. But she also testified that if it was here, that force would not have left his face intact.
manner of death, homicide. Then you heard from Dr. Kenny Kinsey. What we described earlier, Paul was first shot in the feed room, largely agrees with her. Arms were not up. He believes the shot was a little closer and the lack of stippling could be chalked up to the black t-shirt, but also agrees, as she does, no defensive wounds. Looking at the blood spatter locations there, and he testified in great detail and testified yesterday, there was no high-velocity blood spatter on the ground at the entrance to the feed room, which would be necessary for the shot to have occurred in the manner in which the defense suggested. The spatter travels upward in an upward direction. You can see that on the door. He spoke of the blood, the void area, and then he spoke of the blood on the ground that was around where Paul drops, and that it's low-speed spatter. He talked about the dents in the feed room door, the pellet lodged in the door frame upward. It's only possible if it's traveling through Paul's head. Not possible if it's from a ricochet, as the defense suggested. And steel is much less malleable than lead. What else did he say? Dr. Kinsey said that he, I think 36 times that he's observed contact wounds to the head with a shotgun, including one that happened in front of him, actually observed it. And he also said that any sort of contact wound like that would have destroyed the head and destroyed the face. And he was clear about that. He's actually seen them. And I think what you see with the defense experts is they're coming to you with absolutes to try to make you consider that there's the possibility that a crime scene can definitively establish whether there's one or two shooters or whether or not they're of a certain height. And that's just not how it works. And you heard that from Dr. Kinsey. That's not how it works. Not how it worked in this scene. It's a red herring, ladies and gentlemen. It's a red herring. You've seen the testimony from Kenny Kinsey. He returned to talk about these issues. You saw the demonstration over there in the doorway. That seem realistic to you? Or is Kenny Kinsey's explanation consistent with the evidence, consistent with his experience, consistent with Dr. Reamer's 5,500 autopsies who actually observed the victims, consistent with the blood spatter, the lack of high velocity on the floor, but the existence of high velocity on the top, and the low velocity blood splatter on the floor? Evidence. Again, no defensive wounds. The first two shots to her abdomen and her leg on a parallel path and likely in close succession. Stippling, close range, the mark on the back of her leg. Running to her baby, didn't see it coming. Bends over, maybe on her hands and knees in pain. You saw me demonstrate that with both Dr. Reamer and Kenny Kinsey. And that's when she suffers that third rifle injury. And you heard their expert come in and say, no, it had to be going this way instead of this way. Going up with that graze, hitting her breast and into her head here. And Dr. Reamer actually performed the autopsy physically. She looked at the hole. She described the hole. She talked about the injury coming up into the head. And she showed you that. And she took issue with this idea that you can look at skin tags and that sort of thing and come to any conclusion about directionality. But what she told you is, I looked at this wound. I saw the hole as it went up into the brain. This was an entrance wound up into the head. Instantly fatal and terminal collapse. The wrist wound could have been an extraneous wound, or it could be associated with this.
third rifle injury, and then, of course, the fourth rifle injury to the back of the head that had the canyon effect. Would have been instantly fatal, except for the fact that this one, there has to be some clearance for that third shot to come up. Again, manner of death is homicide. So what did Dr. Kinsey say? Again, he took issue with an expert coming in and trying to tell you that he can determine the location or the height of the shooter in this manner. He told you the cardboard, that cannot be relied upon. And while he did agree with the angle on the doghouse, he showed you how changing the aspect of the shooter could easily fit with Alec. And that it is too far and way out over its skis to try to assert that you can determine from such information that the shooter had to be 5'2". That's not what you can do. Dr. Kinsey is a crime scene analyst. How many crime scenes did he say he'd done? Hundreds of homicides, thousands of pieces of evidence, real world stuff. That's what he comes and talks about. And you simply can't make those determinations in a real world environment to come in here and try to tell you that from that sort of thing, the shooter had to be a particular height. You just can't do it. You can't do it. I submit to you that Dr. Kinsey knows what he's talking about, and Dr. Kinsey has the years of experience in real-world applications of crime scenes to make those judgments. And I also submit to you that Dr. Kinsey isn't going to get out over his skis and try to make assertions to you in absolutes. The guy with the 5'2" people refused to even concede the possibility of variables. But Dr. Kinsey knows that that's how reality works, and he's not going to get out of over his skis and try to tell you something that simply cannot be supported by the evidence. And that's what the defense expert did. The shooter could easily be 6'4" or taller and fit all those bullet trajectories. Of course, one thing that the defense expert didn't consider and wouldn't even consider is all his great people are holding this. No consideration of sitting, of being in any sort of different position. But the reality is, these are fluid. Maggie is running to her baby. She's moving. And when she gets hit, most likely when she hits her leg against that Polaris, there's biological evidence on that Polaris. And she comes forward and collapses as Alec is moving around her, firing. Expert today, I mentioned this, but I'll mention it again, who came in yesterday, the day before. Even I've lost track of time at this point. But tried to get out over his skis again and testify to you that it had to be two shooters because there were two guns. And why would you not just use the blackout? Is that opinion helpful or makes sense? Knowing what you know about this case and knowing what you know about the firearms of this particular house and knowing what you know about Alec Murdaugh as you look at the rest of this evidence and what he's trying to manufacture to confuse these issues. Kenny Kinsey told you that it's just as likely that it could be one shooter. And sorry, where's the
And although this is not to scale, the feed room right here, Polaris is right here. And the cases, while they can't be relied upon as specific location, they still can be illustrating general area, and they're all in that area, moving from here to here. GSR on the defendant's hand and the seatbelt.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll go to the jury room. Please not discuss the case.
I just took a look, and he's not wearing a ring in the family photo where they're standing there in tuxes and so forth. So it looks like he's probably never worn a wedding.
Take a 15-minute recess.
Isn't that unusual? Yeah. Well, you probably never saw a hee-haw.
Tell that. And while they are taking their break, gives us a great opportunity to chat with some experts here. In the studio with me, I have Jonna Spilbore. That's quite the pleasure. She's with us from a little further north in New York. Good to have you, criminal defense attorney. And of course, Bob Murdaugh is here. He is the host of the podcast Defense Diaries. He is a criminal defense attorney as well in Chicago. So welcome both. Jonna, give me your thoughts out of the gate on this guy so far. What do you think?
Creighton Waters is handling the closing the same way he handled the trial, and that is we got a little too much stuff, right? I think he's at this point maybe putting more than the defense attorneys to sleep. He's going through the minutia, and I got to tell you something. I don't know if he's doing himself any favors, because as I listened to him lay out his it's his version of what happened. I was telling you off air, I don't think John Grisham could write a script as tight as Creighton Waters wants us to believe that this defendant did. I mean, he would have to be a diabolical rocket scientist to say, okay, at this minute, I'm going to do this. And at that minute, I'm going to do that. And after killing his wife and kid. I'm not buying it. He's not selling me, but he didn't sell me during the trial exactly either. So I'm a little biased that way.
So I'm going to take off on your point about what he's had to work with, because there has been a lot of material. And ask you this, Bob. I did a little research while I was listening to the closing. I think it's so important to entertain the jury, the most important audience in that room. And when you've got so much stuff to work with, you should use it. Visuals. People are more likely, how much more likely? 60,000 times as likely to remember an image as they are text. We saw a timeline that I wouldn't even call a timeline, because a timeline is called a timeline or a reason not long. And he went with this stack of facts, which might be okay, but most people are not that receptive to that kind of presentation. So give me your thoughts on just the mechanics of this closing.
Well, I think the demonstrative evidence, especially at closing, would be super effective if the jury had notebooks. I mean, that's the thing that just keeps it's driving me nuts, to be honest with you. When you have demonstrative evidence, whether he had done it in a PowerPoint, presentation with some kind of Getty images, which I thought was very weird, or in the way you're suggesting, which would have made much more sense, which basically to give a timeline, plot out all the times on there so they could see them. Either way, I think that the bigger issue is it going to be lost on the jury because they don't have the ability to write anything down? I just think that that's going to be a major, major issue for them back in deliberations. I really do.
Yeah, and it's we never know why a judge allows or doesn't certain things within the courtroom, but I think in this case screams for this case, like any other, really screams for a notebook. John, let me ask you, they did the site visit earlier today, which I think should have been done early on and helped lay the groundwork and foundation for things to come in trial. But hey, They at least got to do that. So important to see where Paul's body was, where Maggie's body was, whether you're leaning toward the two-person shooter theory or the defendant did it. All of that stuff's so important. And the distance between the kennels and the main house for all of these time periods that the prosecution relies on so much. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm also a little bit confused why they did it. Why not take a field trip at night? Because that's how dark it was at the hour that this allegedly happened at that time of year. We're in a whole different time of year. They went at a whole different time of day. But I do think, and it probably should have happened earlier. I also think some of the jurors may have had a hard time emotionally because they've seen all this graphic evidence. They've seen where two people lost their lives, and then you go there. It had to be a little bit eerie for some of them, but I do think it's important to see two things. How far the kennels were from the tree line to see, is it possible that two people could have ambushed Maggie and Paul? And two, like you said, to see exactly how far it is from the house to the kennels. According to my calculations, and I went to law school because I stink at math, it's about 5 city blocks. So is it possible that Alec Murdaugh didn't know what was going on if he were still in the house when it was going on? And we don't really know that because we don't have an exact time of death. So,
and I have to imagine, some of the staining from where Paul was killed might still be there on the concrete. I mean, this was just less than 2 years ago. So, Bob, as you look at the presentation of the prosecution here, one thing I think they did well was they did use the video from the very first interview in the car, and then also from the later interrogation at the cop shop there. And they make it very clear that, yeah, we know this guy's the liar. Boy, he knows how to lie. But they make the point when it came to that period of time where he was not, we now know he was not, that it's going to win the day with this jury. That's a huge point.
It is. I mean, frankly, that's where their entire case lies, on whether or not the jury buys the fact that he cannot come up with any kind of reasonable explanation of what he was doing in that, whatever it could be 4, could be 7 minutes of time. And I've had many discussions offline about this. And the reality is, if he's not the guy, that's not that unusual in terms of not remembering every single thing that you may have done in a time frame when you don't know that had taken place. Now, if he is the guy, obviously, if he comes up with just a completely solid, like I knew what I did from second to second, then that almost seems prepared. So to me, it's kind of a lose-lose situation, which was always the risk of putting Murdaugh on the stand, in terms of, him being able to come up with viable excuses as to what he was doing during that time frame. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I think at the end of the day, the bigger question for me, because that timeline really plays both ways. If it's true that he was 3 feet away from Paul when he was shot, the amount of biological material that would have been rejected onto him or thrust upon him would have been massive. And that's a very short amount of time in order for him to be able to clean up to the extent that he can get in a car and drive over to his mother's house, knowing that he's going to run into Shelley, knowing that there's going to be somebody who sees him, so that timeline is really tough. And frankly, it's what has me sitting on the fence as to whether or not he did it or not. I mean, that one thing alone is the one thing I just can't reconcile.
Yeah. And that thing on the timeline about, I don't know, time of death. Maybe it'd be nice to have somebody really give us a number they can rely on. When the ME doesn't even give you the time of death. And when the guy who's the administrator who checks temperatures by armpit, he said it was between 8 and 10, and then just put 9 on the death certificate. It's kind of in the middle of my range. I think that's you're dying to find out, so to speak, what the time of death was, because everything hinges on that, and we don't have it in this case. Let's take a break here. They are on a break in South Carolina. We are in the midst of the prosecution's closing argument. We'll come right back.
Okay, this one is for Samantha, and I guess for Indiana, who are both over in the UK and won't have seen Hee Haw.
Shearstone by Opal Luxury Surfaces protects and restores countertops so you don't have to worry about hosting any parties or get-togethers. With the 10-year warranty, Shearstone by Opal Luxury Surfaces is made to last.
We have Hee Haw, a popular kind of country or hillbilly themed variety show, and think of Don and Candace Wells with this. So here we go. Oops.
Oh, deep dark depression, excessive misery. Oh, if it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Gloom, despair, and agony on me. Oh, deep dark depression, excessive misery. Oh, if it weren't for bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Gloom, agony on me.
Okay. A little bit of fun. Okay, let's see. Do we have anything else that's shown up in the YouTube feed? More videos on Harried and Megain. Let's see. Oh, here's the video about Megan and the coffee. Somebody made reference to that, and I'm not sure what it is, so I will have to flag that one to watch later.
And welcome back to Law and Crime, everybody. So we're wondering if the prosecution is doing its job. Are they convincing the jury members that Mr. Alec Murdaugh did kill his wife and his son? Well, luckily, we have a little insight into what's in the courthouse and in that courtroom because Gigi McKelvey is here. Gigi, I think it might have been getting a little tough to keep from head bobbing there toward the end there. It's a long day for this jury. What were you seeing inside the courtroom after the prosecution?
Yeah, I mean, they've been really attentive for the most part, but I think the last 30 minutes is starting to get a little tiresome. You just start to see shifting in the seats a little more, not quite as focused, but it's a convoluted story. So he has to start from the beginning. A storm's brewing. You got to start from the beginning. And I think that he's covered all the bases for sure, but I think maybe a little much longer. And I don't know that they're super hour or two. So hopefully this wraps up a little soon.
Judge pretty open. I'm guessing no guidelines in terms of total TRT for for these arguments?
We haven't heard any time limits put on them. And I was just actually sitting here wondering, is the defense going to get a crack at it, or do we just come back tomorrow and give them the morning? So we'll see. I don't know. I think maybe that might not be what the defense wants to do. Maybe they want a fresh start in the morning with a jury who's rested, because they have walked this morning, and it's not cool here today. It's humid, it's warm. So just being outside for 30 minutes, I'm sure, makes you tired. And then you get a full belly and sit there for a couple of solid hours. I can see where they're struggling, here in the last 30 minutes, especially stay focused, and for one, stay awake.
Let's talk about the first part of the prosecution argument, which was probably the money. Follow the money. We know that's critical because that is effectively their motive. How did that resonate with you?
I mean, it's part of your motive. You got to go there. It's just, it seems to take up a lot of time, even in the trial when it was being testified to. I think it could have been condensed for the closings, just to allow more time to talk about the murders, because it did seem like we spent or more on the financials again. And to me, I think that just Maggie and Paul get lost in it. They're the victims here. It's not a financial case that's that way, but I understand the need to do it as well.
That was a victory for the prosecution. The judge allowed all of that in, so it's not a surprise they're pounding on it from that perspective. But just is it effective? I just start to think it's just too much. Jury's hanging in there. Nobody's fallen asleep. What are you seeing?
No, we have had one that took a short little nap for sure, and we all were kind of looking to make sure we were seeing what we're seeing. It hasn't been addressed, so maybe they haven't seen it, but it's happening. Just one though, but she did take her little power nap.
Okay. Well, we're going to let you go get back in there,
sure.
grab your seat, and keep us posted. It's good to have you down there, and always appreciate what you're able to bring to the mix. Thank you, Gigi. Okay, so we're going to get back in there live as well in just a few moments here. Of course, they are on a break. Not sure how much more the prosecution has to play with here. The argument has been structured and yet sort of freewheeling, if that makes some sense. Each pod seems to be structured, but then overall, I'm not sure where he is in terms of when he might be done. So we're lucky enough to have Bob Murdaugh here still, and Jonna Spilbor is with me. So, Jonna.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Or longer. We have another matter we take up, so I was hopeful that we would, after he closes, we would move to the.
And what do you want me? What do you want to ask me?
Well, I was just curious as I was letting the court.
Well, I don't know.
The court know how long my closing would be, and then if we went at 5, I wouldn't be done until 7 or 7:30.
Yeah. You'll have an opportunity to fully argue at during a time where the jury's attention span won't be frayed due to the long hours.
And Your Honor, are you considering dealing with that other matter if we, for instance, adjourn? I think
yes.
Okay, because I think the Attorney General's thinking he's going to be done in about 45 minutes, but
Maybe less than that, yeah.
or longer. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you say you'll be done in how many minutes, or do you know?
I think less than 30, Your Honor.
Less than 30. Okay. I thought I heard 4 or 5. Less than 30. Okay. All right, let's bring them in.
I like the judge's sense of humor. He said 30 minutes to finish closing, and the judge says, I thought I heard 4 or 5. Okay, so the judge just said that the defense will have their chance to present their closing when the jury is fresh. So that sounds to me like we're probably not going to have that until the morning. So we shall see, I guess.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Sir.
GSR on the defendant's hands and seatbelt. Maggie's DNA on that Super Black Eagle. DNA on the Suburban steering wheel. No DNA or blood identified on the floorboards. Showing y'all state 7. That's the how you doing comment. And the second officer walks up, how you doing? States 5. Also from the body cam. It's very dark out there. You can see how well lit it can be when the lights are on. 22. 93. 47. I'm almost done. We'll talk finally a little bit more about the defendant's story to you that he told on Thursday. We've already talked about it. Just a couple more things. I asked him when he went down there, those dogs are clearly out in the kennel video. I asked him if the dogs were alerting on anybody nearby or in the woods, as dogs do. And he said no. He said that their dogs were not doing that. You heard about the fact that he changed clothes, and you also heard testimony that his clothes smelled fresh and like laundry. See again, manufacturing the scene. You heard from his law partners that he was not, and also from Marion, that he was not overly concerned with figuring out what happened or any threats to Buster. And in fact, you heard in the telephone interview after the side of the road, they specifically asked him, are there any threats to Buster? And he said no. Why is there no threat to Buster? Because he was the threat to Maggie and Paul. Because there's a vigilante out there. That's why he was never concerned about it. That's why he called Rogan first the night of. He knows the only threat is him. I asked him if he could remember lying to all of those close to him, people that he trusted, that he stole from. He couldn't detail one single conversation. He couldn't remember his last conversation at the kennels. To use his own words, and when you hear what he has to say, when he was asked after the kennel video and his new story, what he did, he said, I got out of there. He's got that photographic memory, but can't remember what he was doing when he was his most active on that day. He didn't say, if only I had been there. If only I had gone to the kennels. If only I could have stopped it. If only I had been there a little longer. He says, I got out of there. What father would hold anything back if he were innocent? What father would care what happens to him after that? He claims he told you that he had cooperated with SLED. But he hadn't. There's nothing more important if someone's innocent to telling law enforcement when the last time the victims were alive. I just saw them. I saw them at 8:50. I saw them at 8:49. They're still out there. Go get them. He mentioned paranoia and tried to convince you that there was paranoia about some case 10 years ago, and he confused David Owen with David Williams. He got on the stand, ladies and gentlemen, and as he got confronted with things, as he was allowed to keep talking, he kept adding a new factor and a new factor and a new factor to justify why he's lying to you, why he had lied to law enforcement, and to justify why he's telling you what he's telling you now. He kept adding them. He can remember those, ladies and gentlemen. He can remember a new one. He can remember this. And the problem with that is that there's no mistaking David Owen for David Williams. We showed you that picture of David Williams. This is a man who rides around with a badge in his windshield, who had blue lights installed on his private vehicle. And if you need any proof that he makes up lies and is very convincing with them and makes them up on the fly, the guy that got caught flat-footed with the badge hanging out of his pocket and tried to assert to you that sometime maybe it was an accident that this badge is hanging out of his pocket. How is that an accident? See how quickly he was able to lie? But more importantly, the blue lights. He sat there and told you 3 times, I think he said his name 3 times, that Sheriff Smalls, the former sheriff of Hampton County, gave him permission to put blue lights in a private vehicle for a part-time assistant solicitor, and blue lights in a private vehicle. He told you 3 times, effortlessly got up there, pivoted, and lied to you because Sheriff Smalls came in here and said, of course not. That never happened. I've never heard of such a thing. This is a man who made his trade on lying. He lied about the most important fact in the case, and he sat there and effortlessly and easily pivoted to a new lie when confronted with something he wasn't prepared for. And the sheriff came in here and said, no, that never happened. Of course not. But he looked you all in the eyes and told you that. Looked you all in the eyes and told you that. As if, what's your problem, Mr. Waters? Sheriff Small said it was okay. Tries to tell you that he was paranoid about having a bag of pills in his pocket. The man who had blue lights in his car and had a badge, rides around with a badge in his windshield. That's what he thinks of his power and prestige, and that's what he thinks of appropriate use of authority, is to put it up there. It only serves him. It's only there to serve him. But he's tried to also tell you that he gets paranoid, and so he's tried to lie about the most important fact that he could offer law enforcement when his wife and son were brutally murdered because he had a bag of pills in his pocket. But yet at the same breath says, I wasn't concerned about the law firm and that fair stuff. I'm not concerned about the boat case. Why would he lie about that time unless he's manufacturing an alibi? And that's just why it took him only 19 seconds to call 911, because he knew what he was going to find out there. This has all been constructed by him to try to confuse the situation. That lie that he told you, he tried to make it seem like he'd been trying to tell this, but he also admitted on the stand that, and as did his brother, that his own brothers heard it for the first time last week. That his own attorney was repeating the story that he was napping the whole time and never went to the kennels on HBO in November, just a couple months ago. A lot of people lie, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of people lie. When it's really important, something like this brutal murder, most people are going to come clean about a bag of pills. But why do people lie? People lie because they knew they did something wrong. That's why he lied, ladies and gentlemen. And just like always, when confronted with new evidence that he no longer can deny, he backtracks, he pivots, and he tells a new story from that stand and looks you all in the eye. And then when new evidence comes up on cross, he backtracks and he pivots and he tells another new lie. And I'm sure if he could get up there again, he'd be telling, well, let me rephrase that. He said so many witnesses are lying on him. They're all lying on him. But the one thing we know is a constant is that he lied to them. Mark Tinsley's lying. Jeannie Seckinger's lying. Shelley Smith is lying. Blanca's lying. Everybody's lying on the master liar. You heard him answer the questions about whether or not he killed his wife and son. You heard me ask him if he was a family annihilator. When he answers those questions, did you see him do this? Did you see him do that on those videos too and ask questions where now we know he was lying? Is that the most classic tell ever? I'll leave that to you to decide. One thing I will agree with him that he said up there, oh, what a tangled web we weave when we first practice to deceive. How appropriate coming from that man. This man is trying to sell you on an idea that he was at the kennels, that he jetted back, that he went inside so quickly and quickly dozed off in the shortest nap in the history of the South. And then he got in his car just seconds after the supposed vigilantes. These vigilantes that apparently are 5'2", that knew somehow that Paul and Maggie would be both at Moselle on the evening of June 7th between 8:44 and 9:02, that also knew that they would be alone at this time. They knew that Alec would not be at these kennels. And they also knew the property well enough to get to the kennels. They also assumed that they would find ammunition and guns there, so they didn't bring those. And they traveled the same route as Alec after his short 20-second nap, and knew that he would be visiting his mother at Alameda during that time. Those are the circumstances that you have to accept. The 5'2" vigilantes that arrived somehow in that tiny time period between 8:49 and 9:02, and that's given him every benefit of the doubt as to the story he told you, sprinkled with a bunch of new lies as well. That somehow they arrived during that time. The dogs never heard them or ran to them. Somebody put the dogs up in the wrong kennels. Somebody rolled up the hose. And these vigilantes were just lucky enough to find these family weapons there, which he's clear on the other side of it that he says were never there. He's so clear. Oh, we never had the blackout. We never rode around with the blackout. No one knew who he was. No one knew who this man was. He'd avoided accountability his whole life. He had relied on his family name. He had a powerful family. He carried a badge and used that authority. He lived a wealthy life. But now finally, he was facing complete ruin. His father, who he idolized, facing a civil action that not only could potentially ruin him, but expose the reality of what he'd been doing for years. He had an opiate addiction. The entire illusion of his life was about to be altered. He couldn't live for that. He's the kind of person for which shame is an extraordinary provocation. Shame is an extraordinary provocation. His ego couldn't stand that, and he became a family annihilator. And I was thinking, that people who get the last word in this courtroom are y'all. And a lot of witnesses have testified over the last 6 weeks, but there's a couple that never get to testify that are important, and that's common sense and human nature. And there's 2 more that don't get to testify. We couldn't bring you any eyewitnesses because they were murdered. But common sense and human nature can speak on behalf of Maggie and Paul. When you look at this in its totality, common sense and human nature can speak for them. And they deserve a voice. Everything he did was meant to try to frustrate the forensics as a lawyer and a prosecutor with the two guns and the manufactured alibi, and not taking his phone down to the scene, deleting call logs, making short phone calls, bringing up the boat case, moving Maggie's phone, changing clothes, looking at Paul's phone, calling Rogan, or trying to call Rogan. One man controlled this crime scene initially, and that was Alec. But there were some things he couldn't control. And we brought those to you. A couple things that the defendant said that I agree with. He said, whoever did this had anger in his heart. Whoever did this planned it for a long time. That he hurt the ones who were closest to him. It may be hard to fathom, ladies and gentlemen, but when you put all these circumstances together and really understand who he was in the entirety of his life, and the pressures that he was facing from what he had been doing for so long, you can understand it. There was one mistake, though, he didn't expect. And this is why he was worried about Paul's phone. This is why he's trying to get in touch with Rogan. And it was that kennel video that came up late in the investigation. One of the things I asked him and we've talked about this, the last question I had to him, and the first question I had to him was, what is the most important part of your testimony here today? And he wouldn't even concede that, but he at least conceded that the most important thing was to look you in the eye and try to explain to you why, after his entire history, you should believe him when he says, okay, I was down at the kennels for one brief minute, but I had nothing to do with this. We went through that long cross in which he identified all these factors, from his partner saying having an attorney, you need to have an attorney present, to his distrust of SLED, to Dave Owen asking him about his relationship. And I asked him, at what point did you decide to lie? And he finally agreed, okay, it was in this interview. It was that moment in the June 8th interview. It was during that interview. But in his 911 call, ladies and gentlemen, at 10:06, when he was asked when he last saw them, he said an hour and a half, and then changed it to approximately 2 hours. Consistent with what he would later say. Before any of those factors that he sat there and ran through with y'all as the reason for his decision even ever existed. And if that's not enough, ladies and gentlemen, you saw, and I played it for him, Daniel Green's body cam, where he was asked the same question. And he said that it was 1.5 hours plus 45 minutes. And all those factors that he identified to you as to why he supposedly lied, he was lying to you, ladies and gentlemen, when he made those up. He was lying to you when he made those up, just like he's lied to everyone close to him. And he's good at it. He's good at it. Is that up?
It was earlier tonight. I don't know the exact time, but
Okay.
I left. I was probably gone an hour and a half from my mom's, and I saw them about 45 minutes before that.
Okay.
I rode around with Paul.
Motive, the means, the opportunity, and ample evidence of guilty conduct and guilty conscience. All four factors are present. And Maggie and Paul deserve a voice. They need a voice because they can no longer speak. And this has been a tough job, but the system depends on people who take that oath as jurors and are willing to honor that oath and make that tough decision to vindicate these victims, to vindicate Maggie and Paul, who were cut down in the prime of their lives. This is a sealed exhibit. This is what he did. This is what he did right here. This defendant, on the other hand, has fooled everyone who thought they were close to him, everyone who thought they knew he was who he was. He's fooled them all. And he fooled Matt too, with their lives. Don't let him fool you too. On behalf of the state of South Carolina, I ask you to return a verdict of guilty against the defendant, Richard Alexander Murdaugh, for the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, hall and for his possession of firearms during the commission of those malicious offenses. Thank y'all for your attention during this long trial.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. If you go to the jury room, and you'll be dismissed in just a few minutes from the jury room. Please do not discuss the case at all with anyone, including your fellow jurors.
I've seen some of Eric Allen, but I need to watch a lot more. I've just set my alarm for the morning. I expect they'll probably let the jury go out, and then they'll dismiss everybody.
We'll recess until 9:30 tomorrow morning, except for the matter that we will address in chambers with counsel.
I wonder what that matter is. Somebody mentioned that one of the jurors took a little nap during the state's closing remarks, and it could be that they might replace that juror, in which case we would have no extras. So that's the only thing that I can think of at this point. Do you think that the protester outside will be there to greet Alex on the way out, with his the end is nigh, or judgment is coming, or I can't remember what it said, but something to that effect. He's gathering up his stuff. Okay. Here he goes. Well, you've got at least one more time to wear civilian clothes before the next trial, probably two. So we shall see. Okay, so there's Buster and John Morgan. Where's the sister? It doesn't look like they're actually exiting the courtroom. They're just kind of standing around, and there's a deputy kind of blocking the door at this point. So, okay, now they can go. Okay, it looks like they're letting the family out first. Probably they go out a separate door than the rest of the people, so that there's Gigi. There's Gigi. And that's it. Okay, now we got to watch for Alex and see if our protester is outside. And then we'll sign off, and I've got the alarm set for the morning, and I'll set up the stream, and I think that we will be done by noon, and I would be shocked if they had a verdict tomorrow. So maybe we'll, if it looks like there's any updates, like the jury asks questions, I'll try to report on that. The YouTubers don't run. Yeah. Oh, come on. We need to have the camera go outside so we can see if our protester preacher is there. His black robes. Come on. You know you want to do it. You know you want to do it. Show the outside of the court. Let's see if any of the other channels are. Okay. Crime Line and Light.
Brawny, stay giant. With our strongest brawny ever, so you can use less.
Crime Lines and Lies has a poll. Who is the better attorney, Matlock or Perry Mason? So I think I will go with Perry Mason. The teachers in my paralegal school said that Matlock would always be in contempt of court. Okay, we need to see if any of the big channels like News Nation are showing the exterior of the courthouse. Let's see. Let's look at Newsmax. Doesn't look like they're covering it. Nope. Let's take another look. Let's look at Fox News. Nope, that's political. Okay. Well, Della was the legal secretary. She wasn't a lawyer, but she shouldn't have been sitting next to Perry Mason in court because that's on the other side of the bar, and they say that becoming a lawyer, you have to pass the bar exams, and that's so that you can pass the bar in the courtroom, the little kind of half wall. So, but we all know Della did all the work and Perry just took the glory, right? So come on, I want to see Alex. I want to see Alex go out and see if our protester is there. He's taking too long in the backside's gathering up stuff in the holding cell, maybe. Getting his coat off so he can conceal his handcuffs. So Harpootlian said that their closing would be 2 to 2.5 hours. So if they start, let's see, if at 9:30 their time, so let's say 12:30 their time, and then let's say 15-minute break, and then we give jury instructions, and so it seems to me like they ought to have it by lunchtime. So, well, are they going to make a liar out of me? Let's take a look. And I want to watch all these things on Harry and Meghan getting kicked out of Frogmore Cottage. Oh, this is the pits. They need to speed Alex up. He's dragging his feet. Yeah, we've got one from According to Taz, and let's see. Royal News Network, and I know I saw a few others. Okay, well, yeah, Frog marched out of Frogmore, and yeah, and it sounded like what from the thumbnail I saw that Andrew's being demoted from the 30 room Royal Lodge to Frogmore. So I guess that puts Harry and Meghan in the doghouse. Yeah. Okay. Well, if they don't, let's see, how many minutes has it been since? It looks like it's been about 8 minutes since they escorted Alex out of the courtroom. If they don't bring him out soon, then I guess we'll just end the stream without seeing him come out. He didn't pay enough attention to the preacher on the way in, but I'd love to see him there. So everybody get ready for their power naps. Let's see. I'm thinking I'm gonna start doing some videos in preparation for the Daybell trial, starting with a breakdown on who is who, like Lori and her multitudinous husbands. You really need a playlist for the Daybell trial. 6 husbands and 2 dead husbands and one dead wife for husband number 6, and assassination attempts, and that one really is a soap opera. So, okay, we'll wait 1 more minute. If they don't bring them out in another minute, then we'll leave the live stream, and Alex will just have to not have an audience. So, but I've got my fingers crossed. Yes, let's see. We need to get the ruling from the written decision from the judge, whether he's going to sever the cases, and I can't imagine him doing that after he's put any conviction of Lori in jeopardy by delaying her trial. So, I don't think that it's going to get severed, but I kind of feel like the prosecutors, between the prosecutors and the judge, they're kind of blowing it in the Daybell case, because they just seem to be too afraid to let any light in on what they're doing. Yes, how can it not? I mean, it's truly a case of a serial killer spree, because what is a serial killer? It's somebody who commits more than 2 murders and has a cooling down period in between, and it's all part of one criminal act, but it's it's all related. Let's get rid of one, then we'll get rid of another, then we get rid of the last one, and hey, it's off to Hawaii for the wedding on the beach and the eternal bliss in Hawaii. Not so. Okay, well, I think we will go ahead and end it now. But I'm going to start gathering material to gear up for the Daybell case. So we shall see you in the morning. We'll see you bright and early. Bye-bye.